None of these people need introduction. Isn't that good? Nursing family, we all know each other. And then Prof. Ahmed will moderate the first session. I would like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Al-Ghamdi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As the president of the Saudi Nurses Association, I would like, and I'm pleased, to finally welcome you to the first annual international conference of the Saudi Nurses Association. Yeah, indeed. It's the most wonderful day, at least to myself, in addition to my wedding party. My wife may be over there or something. Yes, in addition to the day established of the Saudi Nurses Association. It was a dream, and we make it true by your support and beliefs. We were having a discussion during the last few days, remembering the first day we met, deciding when to do the first conference. Just imagine when it was. It was 2019, October. Yes, after a few months of the grand launch of the Saudi Nurses Association. And then we said, come on, let's do this. April is a good day, good month, prior to Ramadan. And then we have 9 months, which is good. Okay, we have done everything. Till we plan to send the official invitations. And then, do you remember the first case of coronavirus? Where? Abdullah Islam. Eastern Province. When? It was in March. I was called when I was abroad, attending a conference. And then the first thing comes in my mind when we get rid of these cases. And they say, the worst is coming. I remember Dr. Hani Jakhdar. He said, he's the Deputy Chief Minister of the Public Health and Minister of Health. He said, hold your horses. We might cancel all the conferences. Okay, so Bambi, seatbelt, let's fight the pandemic. It took months, lives, even from our nurses, our fighters. Finally, we make everything stable and clear. If we won in the battle of coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic, I'm very optimistic, regardless of any pandemic, future pandemic, or any political conflict within the region, our nurses will be very ready to do this. And I remember the first day, I visited Najran during the conflict in the south border. There is a hospital. It's very, very close to the border with Yemen. I think it's only 5 or 10 kilometers. mostly Saudis. I met that Indian nurse. I said, most of your colleagues finish their contract, left the country, or move to more stable and safe cities. And you're here as a supervisor, leading the nursing care. What's forcing you to do this? I think she was not prepared to answer my, but I know. Told her, okay, maybe because you've been here for a long time. I said, no, just 2 years. So then she told me that biggest wisdom stays in my heart. Said I don't share a nationality with you. I'm not a Saudi citizen. I don't speak your language. I'm Christian. I'm not even Muslim, but I'm a nurse. We share the loyalty to this profession. And that's why I stand beside my staff nurses. So this model stays in my life, and we stand beside each other during the pandemic. And then we proposed another post date of launching the conference. How many times? Maybe Dr. Ahmed Abu Shaiqa or Aidan Dr. Abdul Ghani remember very well. Even this day, which is in December, I mean, it was postponed 3 times within the month of December. Finally, we got this. And I would like to thank the scientific committee, the organizing committee as well, for recruiting distinguished speakers, nursing leaders, and academicians in one platform, and promise we will provide this platform as the Saudi Nurses Association stands on its feet. Maybe this is very unique, because last year when we failed, it's not failed, we just a little postponed, to do the conference last year in December, we held the General Assembly of the association, and all the active members were in one hall, building the bylaws and constitution of the Saudi Nurses Association. And tomorrow also will be revised at the first revision or the first revised edition of the bylaws and constitutions. After that day of the General Assembly, I remember I have called by one of my team members. She said, I have a letter from Mr. Howard. Okay, is it another request of changes of the submitted application of the membership? No, usually that comes from his office. This is a letter from him. I was really, so I can't explain or express my feelings. Finally, Saudi Arabia is a member of the International Council of Nurses. And Dr. Ilham remembered that very well. And I remember when I announced it during the General Assembly meeting last year in December, I saw tears. Finally, after years and years, Saudi Arabia on the table of making decisions, and no one anymore will make decisions on behalf of nurses. And that's 2 achievements comes to my professional life in the top till this day comes. And now, alhamdulillah, we have the first newborn baby. which is the association, with the Saudi Nurse Association. So thank you so much for the organizing committee and the scientific committee. I know they spend a lot of days and times. I know some of them didn't have a good sleep for days. So thank you so much for attending the conference, supporting the association. Thank you for the leaders, distinguished leaders with us within the Ministry of Health, within the other governmental sectors, international speakers as well, attending here physically in the site of the conference or virtually. I can assure you there is thousands of nurses behind the scene. So thank you so much all. Let me first to introduce our first moderator in the first session. As Dr. Abdul Ghani said, well-known nurse. That's the perfect word I would like to describe myself and my colleagues. Professor Ahmed Abu Shaiga. ما تقدر، لا تحاول تطلع من هنا، السن له أحكامه.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for inspiring talk. I'd like to welcome you all to the first annual conference for SNA. Thank you for being here today. I cannot say more after Dr. Muhammad. He really gave an inspired talk, and he gave a history of the long journey of SNA. I'd like to introduce our first speaker today. Our first speaker is Professor Ruwaida Al-Maaita. She's a professor at Jordan University of Science and Technology, a member of Higher Council of the National Center of Curriculum Development, and advisor for the Royal Highness Princess Mona Al Hussein for Health and Social Development. Prof. Al-Maaita was the first woman in the region to take over the portfolio of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, to serve as a president of the University, Al-Hashimiyya University, and the chairperson of the Executive Council of the Arab Women Organization at Arab League. She was also the first woman in Jordan to serve as a vice president at Just University and Director General of King Abdullah University Technical Hospital, Teaching Hospital. Prof. Al-Maaita has significant contribution to the movement of education, health, and social reforms in Jordan. She has held enormous political and academic key positions: Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, President of Hashimiyya University, Chairperson of Higher Education Council, Senator in the Upper House of Jordanian Parliament, Minister of State of the Government Performance, Minister of Social Development, Acting Minister of Health several times, Dean of Nursing at Just University, Chair of the Ministerial Committee for the Development of the Public Sector, also Director of General of King Abdullah University Teaching Hospital. Prof. Al-Maaita is currently a member of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee at WHO, Eastern Mediterranean Region. Prof. Al-Maaita earned her master and doctoral degrees in public health from Tulane University in 1983 and 1989. She was also a postdoctoral fellow in administration at Louisiana State University in 1989 and attended senior executive leadership course at Harvard Kennedy School. I'd like to welcome Professor Al-Maaita.
start with thanking the Saudi Nurses Association under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Al-Ghamidi for this kind invitation. And today we'll start my presentation on from new normal to next normal and asking, are we ready as nurses? Also, I want to reflect on the strategic directions of the WHO Nursing and Midwifery for 2021 to 2025. Before we start the strategic directions, I would like to reflect a little bit on the next normal. What's the next normal? According to the McKinsey article on March 23, 2020, Beyond Coronavirus, the path to next normal, it says that it's increasingly clear our era will be defined by a fundamental division, a period before COVID-19 and the new normal that will emerge in the next post-viral era, which is the next normal. So we are moving from new normal to next normal. As a result of this extraordinary new reality, actually, wellness, business, and society will undergo a dramatic reorganization and transformation in terms of their conventional position in health, economics, and society. However, during this pandemic crisis, we don't see only vulnerabilities and challenges, but also opportunities to improve the performance of the health and economic systems, as well as other systems. Currently, of course, we are witnessing the beginning of many debates and discussions regarding the next normal, what is after the COVID-19. For example, the pandemic has emphasized the importance to push the boundaries of technology adoption in all sectors. However, the pandemic has also attested that, unlike other sectors, such as the economy sector, in the health sector, technology is very vital, but nothing can replace the labor availability to enhance the productivity of the health system. So the health workforce is very important in the health sector. Moving to the global strategic directions for nursing and midwifery, this is also a unique case for the strategy. Actually, it started in 2002. We started the strategic directions for nursing and midwifery, but this time it's different because it's approved as a strategy by the World Health Assembly. So it is not a resolution. So this is why this is important. And it aims actually to for nurses and midwives to ensure that they maximally contribute to achieving population health goals. The strategic directions emphasize 4 policy areas: education, jobs, practice, and leadership. And for each area, they have specific policy priorities. And of course, the strategic directions areas also for policies is very important to empower the world's midwives and nurses. First, also, I would like to reflect in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, which is built actually around the 3 themes: a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and also an ambitious nation. To realize the KSA Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, nurses, they work very hard in order to identify the 3 main projects for the coming years for nursing, the 3 main areas actually of concern for them. They ask question is, how can the MOH system bridge the quantity and, more important, quality and specialization of Saudi nurses to achieve national resource security for the public health system and create sustainable and high quality professional employment for Saudi youth. Of course, I'm not going to explain more because I know that someone will talk about it during the conference, but these are the 3 main projects: to oversee and upskill more nurses, to develop MOH requirements in alignment with Ministry of Education, and improve the employee value proposition of the nursing profession. So these are the main things, and they nicely and smartly actually analyze the problem statements and also set their goals for the coming years. In the 4 areas of the global strategic directions for nursing and midwifery, we have education, like I said, jobs, leadership, and service delivery. In the education part, it says that midwife and nurse graduates should match or surpass health system demand and have the requisite knowledge, competencies, and attitude to meet national health priorities. And like I said, they have 4. Of course, also Saudi Arabia, the project number 1 and 2 fits very well within the 4 priorities that we see for the education. As for jobs, actually, the second priority area, the strategic direction says increase the availability of health workers by sustainably creating nursing and midwifery jobs, effectively recruiting and retaining midwives and nurses, and ethically managing international mobility and migration. And also project number 2 and 3, they fit very well within the 4 priorities that we see. In here also, I have a suggestion for the region, actually, as well as for Saudi Arabia. If we need to increase and attract more nurses to the profession, in the United States, as well as other countries, actually, they have the accelerated programs, nursing programs. Sometimes they offer the master's and baccalaureate degree together as a package, and sometimes they have the 3 together, the master's and the master's degree, the undergraduate master's degree and the PhD. And also another package is the master and PhD. This to accelerate the process of producing more nurses. So maybe this will be also more attractive to Saudi nurses. All the issues and policy priorities for nursing and midwifery are interrelated, and we can see it very well, the relationships between the policy priorities. It can be better understood through a health labor market lens. The health labor market lens started, like we see here, from thinking of the high school through all the education sector, moving to labor market dynamic in order to achieve the universal health coverage. But in the second row here, we have policies on production, policies on addressing inflows and outflows, and policies to address maldistribution and inefficiencies. And in the third layer, actually, we have policies to regulate the private sector. I really like this one, and this is actually what the WHO is using for all health workforce, not only for nursing and midwifery. This is excellent to study and excellent to follow. Now we move to the leadership part. The leadership part says to increase the proportion and authority of midwives and nurses in senior health and academic positions, both in the clinical areas as well as the academia, and continually develop the next generation of nursing and midwifery leaders. And this is also very important. And we move to the 4th area, is the service delivery, where midwives and nurses work to their full extent of their education and full potential of their education and training in safe and supportive service delivery. And as we can see in the service delivery and leadership, actually, we have 2 policy priorities. Saudi Arabia also, for the service area, 3 projects, they fit very well in the service area. I read an article about challenges and policy opportunities in nursing in Saudi Arabia. This is a new article in 2020, actually by a group of nurse leaders in Saudi Arabia. I really like what they have, and they really reflect, what is in the strategic directions for nursing and midwifery. They talk about the governance, robust governance. They talk about regulatory framework for advanced nursing practice, and also importance of the advanced nursing program, as well as the importance of nursing leadership in Saudi Arabia. So strengthening the nursing leadership in Saudi Arabia. And I really like this part, because this is very important, not only for Saudi Arabia, but for the whole region. We have some problems, I think, in leadership in this region. The other thing in the strategic direction, they have really nice part about the monitoring and accountability framework. They have also talked about, how they come up, with the policies. They started with the broad engagement with all stakeholders. They have the evidence, and this is very important, the evidence from the State of the World Nursing Report and the State of the World Midwifery Report. Also, they have dialogue and then decision-making, and of course, they have the policy action and investment in nursing and midwifery. Also, we have two reporting, one reporting on progress through data dialogue and decision-making, and the reporting on impact, where the CNOs, they come together during the WHOG CNMO forum, as well as the triad meeting. So they report the impact of their policies and their programs in nursing and midwifery. Now we move again to the next normal for policy influence. Why we should have it? The next normal calls actually for serious and efficient investment in nursing and midwifery workforce, for stronger and more empowered and influential professionals and leaders. With that, the health system will be more resilient and more effective, become more productive, and provide better quality care services to people. Therefore, to lead and influence health policy, we need to carefully, smartly, and scientifically using the right terminology and the new terminology actually to rightly position our professions for the next normal, because the pandemic affirms that investing in health workforce is not only vital for making health for all a reality, but it's also because it is a cornerstone of global health security and economic growth. So we need to use the right terminology. Let's ask a question. If we want to say what is our role, we always say our role is to enhance well-being of people, but we should not stop there now. After COVID-19, we know the importance of our profession. So we must emphasize to enhance also the equity and the quality of health services. We need to emphasize our role in stronger and resilient health systems. We have to emphasize our role in increasing the productivity of people, in enhancing social determinants of health. Also, our contribution to achieving population health goals in general, as well as our role in building our nations, as well as our return on investment from our practice, caring, education, research, management, and leadership. Also, we have to emphasize, to ask, what is our role in enhancing economic growth? If we look at the pathway to economic growth, this is for the world. It says that the economic growth is highly dependent on the health system. And during COVID-19, everybody, of course, noticed that. So with this part, we have health, economic output, we have social protection, social cohesion, innovation, and health security. So again, all together, it enhances the economic growth. They enhance the economic growth. And so we need to ask about our role in health security, national security, and the global security. And it's interesting that, I found in the three projects actually for Saudi nurses, I really like with the three projects that, they emphasize the national security for producing more Saudi nurses. So it is there. So I think this is how we need to change the terminology. Therefore, policymakers need to realize that return on investment from education, leadership, and jobs of nursing and midwifery workforce is high in terms of enhancing the well-being of our societies and nations, boosting inclusive economic growth, health security, and national and the global security. This definitely requires an optimal investment. This is, our role as nursing, optimal investment in nursing and midwifery leadership, and our role in influencing health and health-related policies, not only health, but also health-related policies to bring about the desired change toward better healthy population That's why we need more evidence from nurses and midwives and more research that should be created by nurses and midwives regarding the return on investment. The next normal also requires that a new futuristic approach that needs to be articulated for the next normal toward more influencing and powerful nursing and midwifery professions. This will not happen unless we make profound changes and transformation in our professions, including the education, competencies, practice, use of technology, evidence-based research, and policy evidence on return on investment, collaboration, strategic partnerships, and leaderships for better population well-being, economic growth, and global security. So the whole world, as we have noticed, till now, the whole world has recognized and admired the nursing and midwifery workforce. But now policymakers, we need to make and to push the slogan into actions. Actually, it is now the responsibility of everybody to move forward. By firstly, we need to fully, and the policymakers as well as nursing leaders, actually, they need to fully understand the leadership of nurses and midwives is fundamental to achieving the shared vision to advance universal health coverage. They need also to understand that recognizing the advanced nursing group role, competence, and also unleash their full potential will also contribute better to economic growth and national security, as well as by having government chief nursing and midwifery officers working as full partners with other health professionals, leaders in making strategic directions for health and in the evaluation process also of policies. Also, by giving nurses and midwives an equal voice and their rightful place in decision-making to maximize their contribution to shape and influence policy, health policy, as well as fully supporting quality education, decent jobs, and nursing leadership development programs, in addition to appointing more nurses with competence and experience in leadership positions to bring about the desired change toward better health productivity, more productivity, and stronger economy for citizens, as well as the nation and the globe. So one of the most important also thing is to have a larger pool of nurses and midwifery professionals, nursing and midwifery professionals who are policy competent with the skills and competencies that enable them to access the power structure, not only inside nursing, but also or health, but also outside the health system. This is very important. So the next normal, when we talk about it, we need also to start with build back fairer for nursing workforce. So that's the next normal, to build back fairer. We have to be more fairer for nursing and midwives, actually, if we want to move better to the next normal, and if we want also to enhance better economy and global security. The terminology of build back fairer, actually, it comes from the report of the Commission on Social Determinants of Health in the Eastern Mediterranean region, and I'm so proud that I am part of that commission. But the thing that also we have to know, can we play it well when we say that we need to adapt also the approach of full coordinated intersectoral approach to health policy making, all of government approach, or whatever they call health in all policies, or joined up government. This is very important for nurses to think in the future. Lastly, there are some nursing trends that we expect to see actually in the near future for the next normal, also for midwives too. First of all, this is some of them actually, not everything, but some of them, like there will be huge job growth for nurses, online education, telehealth, nursing informatics will increase in popularity, greater demand for advanced nursing practice, including family practitioners and from nurses. Salaries for registered nurses will stay maybe steady or increase in some countries. Higher education degree will become the norm, and more nursing and midwives will choose to specialize in their profession for the advanced nursing practice. Nursing faculty positions will become more attractive. The proportion of male nurses will also rise. We will see more focus on new innovative models of nursing care and holistic care. Patients also will be more aware and educated. There will be increased demand for geriatric specialists with rise also the primary health care. Also, there will be more awareness and to be given actually to common issues being faced by nurses and midwives. There will be more nurses and midwives in policymaking and higher leadership positions. Hopefully, we pray for that. And also nurses will continue playing an important role in the ongoing management of COVID-19. So these are actually the main issues. I know that I'm out of time, and thank you so much. And I hope that in this important conference, we will learn from each other very well. And I know it will be a very rich conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Ruwaida. You know the good part for the virtual people, you cannot stop them. You cannot give them the time. So she is really, she is in time. Our second speaker, Dr. Abdullah Hawsawi. Dr. Abdullah Hawsawi, the CEO of Noor Diagnostic, the Kingdom's first genomic and bioinformatics company. Noor Diagnostic mission is to use individual genomic information to screen, diagnose, and empower clinician and patient to make effective and personalized healthcare decisions in treatment and progress. Primarily in the following specialists: oncology, pharmacology, pediatric inherited disorders, personal genetics, and infectious disease. Dr. Hawsawi, the former founder of Director General of the Saudi Patient Safety Center and MOH advisor on patient safety. He lead the efforts to establishing Saudi Patient Safety Center as a WHO collaborating center of patient safety policies and strategies, one of only 5 WHOs worldwide in the field. He holds a dual certificate, boards American and Canadian, of general surgery with subspecialty in transplant and hepatosurgery. He is a consultant to several national and international quality and safety organizations and recently became a board member of Vice President of the Global Sepsis Alliance, as well as advisor to American Health Information Management Association International. He was part of the expert panel of the 3rd Global Patient Safety Challenge of the WHO and chaired the organizing committee for the 4th Global Ministerial Summit of Patient Safety in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia in 2019. Dr. Al-Hawsawi has helped introduce patient safety as G20 priority in 2020 G20 of Saudi Arabia. Currently, Dr. Hawsawi is a part of WHO Global Patient Safety Action Plan Task Force. Would like to welcome Dr. Hawsawi. Yes.
Forward, backward. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for the nice introduction, and congratulations to the Saudi Nursing Association for your first and hopefully one of many, many international conferences. You know, before I start, just kind of a bit of a trivia. Do you guys know how many nurses are there globally? So it's in the millions, you know, north of 27 million. And in Saudi, we have more than 200,000 nurses. I just talked to Dr. Mohammed about how many were registered, and it's a very good number, 8,000, but out of 200,000, that's less than 1%. So I hope that one of the big outcomes of this event is to make this number 16,000, or 30,000, 40,000. Another thing Dr. Ahmed mentioned, the Global Sepsis Alliance. Actually, the idea just came to me two months ago. I spoke at the World Health Summit in Berlin. And you know, I'm the vice president of the Global Sepsis Alliance, and I basically told them frankly that unless you deal with the issue of the nursing ratios, unless you empower the nursing profession, you can kiss goodbye all the efforts that you're trying to do, including, you know, dealing with COVID, but dealing with healthcare-associated infections, etc. So why not, and I'm giving this, Dr. Mohammed did not know that I was going to say this, but maybe we can do some collaboration between the Global Sepsis Alliance and the Saudi Nursing Association. There's also the Eastern Mediterranean Sepsis Alliance, which I chair. So kind of making the relationship between sepsis prevention and nursing is going to be very helpful. So the Saudi Nursing Association can take the lead, you know, the same way that it took the lead with the collaboration with ICN. And I know Howard is going to speak after me. So zero harm. You know, we used to talk about the triple aim. Now we talk about the quadruple aim. Zero harm. I'm going to tell you that it's not just about zero harm for patients, but it's about zero harm for healthcare workers. And 50% of the healthcare workers are you nurses. So this is a very important topic to discuss. I'm going to start with a video that we showed almost 3 years ago during the 4th Global Ministerial Summit on Patient Safety. You know, the reason is, you know, just to give you quickly some numbers about harm. So in the United States, every year, 251,000 patients die from medical errors and from unsafe care. In Canada, 28,000 people die annually from unsafe care. So if the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia is similar to the healthcare system in the United States or Canada, I've worked in both countries, every year, more than 22,000 people die in the healthcare system, you know, preventable death, which means today we may lose 60 people from preventable harm throughout the country. You know, just keep that in mind, and keep in mind that we're saying that the healthcare system the assumption is that our healthcare system is similar to those healthcare systems. So, and death is the tip of the iceberg. You know, death is, you know, the most significant harm, but there are all kinds of harms, you know, that we can talk to. So let me just start with this clip, and then I'll give you some comments on the other end.
Disasters are inevitable, resulting in fatality, loss, and irreparable damage. And with each unfortunate occurrence, precautions, safety measures, and changes are applied globally in each sector. On March 30th, 1977, KLM and Pan Am jets crashed on the runway of Tenerife Airport, resulting in the loss of nearly 600 lives. The crash was mainly caused by a lack of standardized phraseology in radio communications. The infamous Chernobyl nuclear reactor accident took place in April 1986. It was the result of a flawed reactor design that was operated with inadequately trained personnel. The accident is estimated to have caused 4,000 deaths directly related to radiation exposure. Piper Alpha was a North Sea oil and gas production platform. On July 1988, due to a gas explosion, the platform was completely destroyed. 167 men lost their lives, and many more were injured and traumatized. The accident was caused by a bad managerial decision to resume production, despite all warnings. While all these seemingly unrelated disasters were unfortunate, they had one thing in common: they were totally avoidable. A precious lesson was to be learned from these catastrophes, and so all leading industries have reviewed their methods and introduced a new set of rules and guidelines to avoid such disasters. A few years ago, these industries weren't as safe as they are today. Having gone through these watershed moments, they have learned valuable lessons, and safety was transformed. Today, there is roughly a 1 in a million chance of a person being harmed while traveling by an airplane, compared to approximately a 1 in 300 chance of a patient being harmed while receiving healthcare. The question is, in healthcare, what is our watershed moment or moments? How can we learn to have an equivalent safety transformation? Can the year 2019 be that watershed moment for patient safety?
So I said back in March of 2019, in front of almost 50 ministers of health and the Director General, and at that time, the UK's Foreign Minister, Mr. Jeremy Hunt, I asked this question: can the year 2019 be the watershed moment for patient safety? I don't think it was. And we're transitioning from the year 2021 into the year 2022. I think what happened with the pandemic is patient safety took a backseat. Look at your own hospitals, look at your medical centers. It's like, we need to be dealing with the pandemic. So we don't have to worry about patient safety, even though there are millions of people that die from preventable harm. So I asked this question again, as we're going to 2022, can the year 2022 be the watershed moment for patient safety? In the year 2019, there were almost 39 million flights globally. And just think about this, just to tell you about an idea about the safety culture between healthcare and the aviation industry. So 39 million flights. In healthcare, we say that 10% of patients will be harmed when they go through the healthcare system. Imagine if the aviation industry just said that not 10%, not 1%, but even 0.1% of harm. If they accepted that, as we accept 10% harm, then we would have ended up in 2019 with 39,000 crashes. You just look at the math, do the math and you figure it out. But because the aviation is a really, a safe industry that aims and strives towards zero harm, that's not acceptable to them. And in the year 2019, there were two 737 MAX 8 accidents that took place, and that ended up in the grounding of all the 737 MAX 8 airplanes. So only two crashes, 5-6 months apart, that took place, ended up in the grounding of all the 737 MAX 8. So different cultures. So basically, what I'm going to talk to you about is the what of zero harm. So what is zero harm? Why do we need to do and aim for zero harm? And how do we get to zero harm? How do we bridge the implementation gap? So as I mentioned, the definition of zero harm, and we made sure that during my time in the Saudi Patient Safety Center, that if you remember the vision of the Patient Safety Center is safer healthcare for all Maktuba cap letters. And there was a reason for that, because we wanted to highlight that it's actually not just the safety of patients, but also the safety of healthcare workers. So they're interdependent and complementary. So in other words, zero patient falls, zero healthcare associated infections, zero any kind of harm any safety event for both patients and healthcare workers. You know, nurses and midwives represent 50% of the healthcare workforce, so it goes without saying that for us to reach zero harm, we have to make that connection. So why do we need to aim to zero harm? You know, because there's a person and there's a family story behind every harm that, you know, all these numbers. We should make sure that we not just deal with these numbers as numbers. We should deal with them as you know, family stories. We should deal with them as tragedies that could be prevented. I don't know how many of you are aware of this story. In 2007, Dennis Quaid used to be a known actor. I don't think he's doing many big movies lately, but they had twin babies who were admitted to Cedars-Sinai Hospital. So Dennis Quaid, a known actor, and Cedars-Sinai, one of the top hospitals in the US, probably one of the top hospitals, you know, in the world. And what ended up happening to their baby twins is they were on the receiving end of a medication error. And the heparin overdose that they got was 10,000 the dose that they should have gotten, and not only once, but twice. The problem is in the United States, few months before that, actually, you know, there were another known story. These are the stories that become public of babies and patients who got, you know, died from heparin overdose, before and after. So the issue is that these stories continued at that time and they continue today, and maybe they continue within the same department. And it's not just about the Dennis Quaid story. It's about different patients, different backgrounds, different countries, and you know, the same thing exists, that preventable harm continues to persist. And if you want to take one take-home message, is harm does not discriminate. Harm does not discriminate if you're a known actor, if you're famous or unfamous, if you're a man or a woman, if you're old or young. So we really have to basically commit to zero harm. I don't know how many of you go to work every day and start the shift thinking, you know, I want to make sure that none of my patients get harmed today. But also I would ask the leadership, how many of you come into work making sure that your nurses do not get harmed on a daily basis, you know, during that shift. So it's a responsibility and accountability for everyone to strive for. It's very clear that, you know, I think by now I made it clear that the burden of preventable harm is a big problem. We will not reach the, you know, sustainable developmental goals. We will not reach universal health coverage. We will not deal with healthcare associated infections if we don't deal with the issue of patient safety, which means if we don't empower and promote the nursing profession. So a couple of slides about the power of global advocacy. You know, this is what happened when you have global advocacy for diseases like HIV. You know, it goes down between 1999 to 2019, the same for malaria. When you don't have a global advocacy, you know, this is what happens. You know, the prevalence of preventable harm continues to go up. You know, just compare the global patient safety movement to the global climate change movement. Climate change now is known by everyone everywhere. I've done actually this exercise. I've asked my three different generations in my family about global climate change, and I got 100%, you know, response that everyone heard about it. And I asked about patient safety, and I did not get the same response. So we need to do more and more to advocate for patient safety, for zero harm. And again, the message here is we're not going to get zero harm if we don't invest and empower the nursing profession. So finally, how can we get to zero harm? I think I've got a couple of more slides. So I want to make sure that the chairperson is happy with me. So these are the 5 causes of implementation gap that continue to persist from the year 1999 when the To Err is Human came up until this very year. So safety culture, I talked about it. I mentioned that in the comparison between aviation, oil and gas. You've seen the movie, the video. Advocacy or lack thereof is another important factor for the implementation gap persistence. Resilience. When I talk about resilience, human factors engineering and ergonomics is a very important area that we need to invest in. We have to start hiring human factors engineers within our hospitals, within our healthcare facilities. Information asymmetry. So this is talking about the empowerment of patients and families. The more that we invest in patient and family empowerment, the better we are the closer we are to get to zero harm. And collective wisdom. This is about using common taxonomies. This is about not just reporting, but also about using the learnings to make sure that the same hospital, the same department, but even other hospitals also benefit rather than repeating the same mistake over and over again. So I promise this is my last slide. So the recipe for zero harm is leadership commitment. Leadership starting from way up in the healthcare system, all the way down to the level of the facility, to the CNOs, to the nursing managers, and so on and so forth. Do people come in to work every day thinking that I want to make sure that no one gets harmed, no patient gets harmed, no nurse gets harmed, and not just the physical harm, but also the psychological harm? We have to measure patient safety culture, focus on it, measure it and improvement, what you can't improve, what you can't measure. Co-production, we can't do it alone. We have to do it with patients and families. So do you have patients and family advisory councils? Do you actually empower patients at the bedside to look after themselves? Do we empower families to be part of the team? There's a saying that how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So this discussion that zero harm is unattainable, we're naive, is something that I 100% disagree with. If we think that, if you subscribe to the idea that zero harm is unattainable, so think about this the next time you are a patient or the next time your family member is a patient. Are you okay with the 10% harm rate for your families or for you as a patient? I'm sure you're not. And then we just need to celebrate small wins, And I mentioned the human factors and ergonomics, which will help us with proactive risk management. So Dr. Tedros mentioned it, no one is safe until everyone is safe. So to conclude, I've talked about zero harm, which is zero harm, not just for patients, but also for healthcare givers. Harm does not discriminate. Remember the story of Dennis Quaid. Zero harm is achievable and morally necessary. And I talked about how we can break it down into smaller pieces and celebrate those small wins. It has to be strategic priority to everyone, starting from the board all the way to the bedside. And as I mentioned, we need to break it down into smaller pieces. So with that, I thank you for listening and look forward to any questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdulillah. Nice presentation and to the point. Our next speaker is Dr. Howard Cotton. Dr. Howard was appointed to the Chief Executive Officer of ICN, International Council of Nurses. As you know, the SNA is a part of ICN recently, and he is committed to ensure that ICN effectively represents nursing worldwide, advances the nursing profession, promote the well-being of nurses and advocate for health and all policies. Throughout his career, Howard has worked and written extensively on issues relating to nursing and healthcare workforce. And he co-chaired the first ever State of World Nursing reports. And it's gonna be my presentation today. I'm gonna talk about this report in details and share it with you. He has a lead in ICN work to respond to and support nurses globally during the pandemic, and he is really a good advocate for protection of an investment in the nursing profession. Dr. Howard joined ICN in April 2016 as the Director, Nursing Policy and Programs. Dr. Howard qualified as a registered nurse in 1988 and held a variety of nursing posts in England, United States, and in New Zealand. He studied social policy at Cardiff University, also industrial relation at Warwick University, and then worked as a personal and organizational change manager in the National Health Services in the UK. For 10 years, Howard was the head of policy and international affairs at the Royal College of Nursing in the UK. Again, we're gonna have a virtual talk from Dr. Howard.
Executive Officer of the International Council of Nurses, and I am both delighted and honoured to join you for what I understand is the first Saudi Nurses Association conference. Please let me bring greetings from the new ICN President, Dr. Pamela Cipriano, and indeed the whole of the ICN board. It's great to be able to join you today, and I think your theme focusing on what nursing has been through over the last few months and 2 years, but looking to the future, looking to the opportunities, looking for how nursing can drive forward global health is incredibly timely and exactly what nurses around the world should be doing. Please let me also recognize and congratulate both the chair of the scientific committee and the president of the Saudi Nurses Association, Mohammed Al Ghamdi. And as I said, it's a great pleasure for ICN to be able to make this contribution to your event. For those of you who don't know, ICN is a federation of more than 130 national nursing associations from right around the world. We were established in 1899, the first non-governmental organization to be recognized by the World Health Organization as the voice of nursing. We bring nursing expertise, advice in relation to policy, nursing policy and health policy to WHO, but also to a number of other international bodies who we work closely with. We're a growing organization and we're delighted just in this last year to be able to welcome the Saudi Association into our membership. I'm going to spend the first few slides looking back on the last 2 years. As we all know, it's been very tough. There have been very, very many challenges, and I need to set those out and to share with you the global perspective. But then I will look forward to the future and try and identify, I think, some real opportunities for the profession around the world. You will remember 2020 was designated by WHO as the first ever year of the nurse and midwife. Never happened before, and the intent was to try and raise the profile of the profession, to get more support and investment into nursing, but also for people to recognize just how central nursing is to improved health right the way around the world. But within days of 2020, as we all know, the world was hit by the coronavirus pandemic, and it meant that we had to shift all of our work and all of our priorities. The screenshot you can see there of the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife and the COVID pandemic is an e-publication. It's available free of charge on our website. It details all of the work that we did and have been doing since the start of the pandemic to support nurses around the world. I'll mention quite a few things, but if you want more of the detail, then please do go to that publication. People said to me, Howard, you must have been very, very disappointed that all of the plans for 2020 had to be put to one side. And of course we were. But when I reflect now, what we have achieved and what the nursing profession has done over the last few years as a result of responding to the pandemic, and whilst none of us would have wished for this, but the world, public, patients have seen the power, the potential, the reality of modern day nursing in a way, I think, which is more powerful than having a year designated as the year of the nurse and the midwife. But of course, as I speak to you, we are just coming to terms with the latest variant, Omicron, what that means for the world. Many nurses have said to me that they had been feeling as though they might be seeing the light at the end of the coronavirus tunnel, but collectively at the moment, I think we're holding our breaths as to what Omicron means and whether it pushes us back closer to the beginning. And that is a really significant issue for the nursing workforce and indeed all healthcare workers who are exhausted physically and mentally as a result of responding to the pandemic. We have tracked at ICN the impact of the pandemic on nurses right from the beginning of 2020. We continue to do that now. We were very concerned about the high level of infections amongst nurses and healthcare workers, running up to 10%, sometimes a little bit more, of all healthcare infections. Issues around the lack of PPE or fake or faulty personal protective equipment, issues with lack of training as well. And given the scale of infections amongst health workers, tragically, we know that very many nurses have died. We have been tracking and monitoring, not just because this is about numbers. Of course, we want to recognize and to mourn for colleagues who we've lost, but also to try and learn more about the spread of the virus and how we can improve and protect all health workers in a better way. And that's why we have been calling for better systematic and standardized data collection about the impact on the healthcare workforce. We did some work just earlier this year. You can see the screenshots here of the publications that we produced with the World Health Organization, which details the impact of COVID-19 on the health workforce. We believe that there are at least 115,000 healthcare workers who have died as a result of contracting coronavirus right the way around the world. And we published with WHO this statement on what all employers, health organizations, health systems must be doing to better protect and support their healthcare workforce. But of course, it's not just the physical impact. We know that there has been a very significant mental health impact on nurses and health workers around the world. This report, it was a survey of our national nursing associations, more than 80% saying that they had been responding to and supporting nurses who were experiencing mental health distress. We said it was a mass traumatization of the global nursing workforce. When we said that, some people said, really, is that too strong a statement to make? But the evidence that we've continued to receive and to publish clearly shows that this is a huge issue for nurses and health workers around the world. And it's complex. It's not just about burnout and anxiety, as significant as that is. it's much more complex with people being subject to physical and verbal abuse as a result of doing their job. And I can see how that is also related to some of the vaccine misinformation that we have seen. Tragically, we have seen a small number of nurses who have committed suicide as well. So we've said that we believe that there is a very clear COVID effect on the global nursing workforce, but the exact scale of that and its impact we need to understand much better. I've talked about the mass traumatization of infections and deaths. We are now starting to see the impact of this in relation to nurses leaving the profession, quitting earlier than they otherwise would have intended to, some getting long COVID, others who just feel that they can give no more. In some countries, that's demonstrated itself in disputes and strikes in some countries, as I say, as just a result of people leaving. And we're tracking and following those indicators very, very closely. And part of this impact globally has also been related to the inequity in access to vaccine for healthcare workers. We know that all countries said that health workers, along with the vulnerable groups, should be prioritized for the vaccine when it was available. We called for that, have supported it. It has happened in very many countries, but when you look at the continent of Africa, the latest data that we have is that still only about a quarter of all African healthcare workers are fully vaccinated. The pictures you can see here we've been doing a lot of lobbying and campaigning on the vaccine inequity issue. These pictures are of Swiss nurses near to where ICN is here in Geneva. You may remember that in the summer, Presidents Putin and Biden met in Geneva, and the Swiss nurses came together to campaign, to demonstrate, not for themselves, but for those nursing colleagues in other countries who were still waiting for the vaccine. ICN has written to the G7 leaders and to the United Nations leaders as well. And despite the promises, despite the fact that we know that there are enough vaccines for everybody, we are still not seeing the equitable distribution of those right the way around the world. This woman is a princess. It's Her Royal Highness Princess Muna Al Hussein. She's the global patron for nursing and midwifery, and she addressed the World Health Assembly at the end of 2020 as this evidence that I've shown you was becoming clearer and clearer, and said, applause without action is no longer acceptable. Recognition without rights and proper remuneration is not sufficient. And she said this to all of the health ministers who were gathered virtually for that World Health Assembly meeting. Very strong but very clear words, and we applaud her for the message that she delivered. And as a result of that, WHO decided that 2021, this year, would be the International Year of the Health and Care Worker, and we have been continuing to focus our efforts, our advocacy on protection and support for all health workers. Something that was planned for 2020 and went ahead despite the pandemic was the publication of the first ever State of the World's Nursing report. ICN were delighted to be able to work very closely on the publication of this report. I co-chaired the work to bring this report forward. Amazingly, the first time that we'd had a global data-driven report on the state of the world's nursing workforce. And it told us some really important things. It told us that we were 6 million nursing jobs short around the world. Just think about that. There are about 27, 28 million nurses worldwide, 6 million, just over 20%. The nursing profession went into the pandemic, arguably the biggest challenge that nursing and health systems have had to face for decades. We went into that 20% short already. It is no wonder that we are seeing nurses quit and leave, not just because the intensity of the work that they've done, but they started from a place that was 20% short already. The State of the World's Nursing Report had a very clear message. We must invest significantly in nursing education, in nursing jobs, in decent jobs, in jobs where you're protected, your rights are recognized, where you feel valued at work. And we must strengthen nursing leadership. And I'll say a little bit more about that. Just in terms of this shortage challenge, this is a report we published with Professor Jim Buchan last year on the aging of the nursing workforce. I've said that we went into the pandemic 6 million nurses short. We know that in many parts of the world, the nursing workforce is aging, and we predict that around about 4 million nurses, perhaps up to 4.5 million, will be eligible to retire over the next few years. So that's 10 million nurses that we're going to have to replace. But on top of that as well, if this COVID effect that I've described results in people leaving, perhaps that could be another 2 million, 3 million nurses that we will have to replace. 12 to 13 million nurses, it's half the size of the global nursing workforce. And this is why nursing and the healthcare workforce must be absolutely at the center of government's response to the pandemic and their investment for building back in the future. And of course, this isn't just about educating new nurses to join the profession. That takes time. It's important, but we need to focus as much on retention of the valuable staff that we have, as well as recruiting new ones. That report, the State of the World's Nursing Report, we took that report, the data, the analysis that was contained in it, and we worked as a global profession around the world as nurses from associations, chief government nurses, nurses from education as well, to develop the strategy, the global nursing strategy. The strategic directions for nursing midwifery, you can see the logo there, that's the front cover. It sets out what we must do in policy terms to invest and to strengthen our profession. And very simply, I'm sure you're very familiar with it, but it outlines under these 4 categories of education, of jobs, of leadership, but also of practice, how we support development of nursing practice. And I'm going to say a little bit more about all of these 4 areas as I now turn to think a little bit more. And I'm sorry that that's been a more pessimistic picture, but it's been the reality for the last few months. But now to think about what the opportunities are moving forward for the future. The first thing to share with you, these 2 images are from the world of art. On the left is a mural that appeared on the side of a hospital in the UK by the artist Banksy. You can see the child has thrown away their Batman and Spider-Man and is playing with a nurse, their new super hero. I think that says a lot about how the public have changed their view about nursing, but I don't particularly like the idea of calling nurses superheroes. It implies they have superhuman powers and perhaps you don't need to protect them in the same way as everybody else. And that's why this image here, the other image, is from the Connor brothers, and it says, there are no ordinary people. There are no extraordinary people, only ordinary people who do extraordinary things. And you can see the picture of the nurse to emphasize, to illustrate, to demonstrate those words. I believe that as a result of the images that everyone around the world has seen beamed into their homes on a nightly basis of nurses responding to the pandemic, there has been a change in the attitude to nursing, people recognizing the skill, the courage, the technical expertise of what nurses around the world do. But there's also a really important recognition of the role of nurses from WHO. You'll know that the World Health Organization, one of their big goals is universal health coverage, access to healthcare for people everywhere. Only about half people of the world currently have access to healthcare. And Dr. Tedros said, there is no doubt in my mind that nurses are the linchpin of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Under Dr. Tedros's leadership, and this image you can see here is a big photo in the main entrance to the World Health Organization that uses picture of nurses to alongside their ambition of UHC, universal health coverage. I know that Dr. Tedros and the leadership of WHO recognize that improved global health, addressing sustainable development goals, increasing access to healthcare, cannot be achieved without the nursing workforce. He frequently, and the ICN congresses have talked about nurses as the backbone of our health systems. But that's not the result of some sort of, blind faith or optimism from the Director General. It comes very much from his experience as a health minister in Ethiopia, where he saw that nurses were at the forefront of delivering antiretroviral treatment to people who were suffering from AIDS back in the 90s. This image you can see here is a publication which summarizes the evidence for advanced nursing practice roles. It was produced by the Wish Foundation. And I've summarized there what that document shows, that nurses are highly effective at managing people with chronic conditions. Their outcomes are as good as physicians. Patients like nurses as their primary provider. They rate them very highly. Nurses are very good at prevention, and they can deliver care across the whole spectrum, from first contact, public health, through to chronic conditions, aging, and end-of-life care as well. And they are both effective, highly effective in terms of quality and safety of care, but also cost as well. The other publication you can see there is the ICN's publication, its guidance on advanced nursing practice. We firmly believe that advanced nursing roles are a major part of the solution as to how the world will not only recover from the pandemic, but then deal with all the other health needs that people have as a result of the aging that we see of population, the increase in non-communicable diseases. We've been pushing very hard for health systems, political and policy leaders to get behind nurse advanced practice roles and nurse-led models of care. That needs to be alongside being digitally supported and digitally enabled. We have seen nurses move much more to the forefront of providing digital healthcare, not to replace human contact and the human relationships. They remain, of course, crucially important. But advanced nursing roles alongside what's now possible through the use of technology, again, it's a combination which I think is central to the world's ambitions to build back stronger after the pandemic, to deliver universal healthcare, health for all. And this isn't pie in the sky. This isn't about what might be able to happen in the future. These roles, we've collected evidence from around the world of nurses who are undertaking these roles already. You know that we produce publications on International Nurses Day, the 12th of May each year, celebrates the birth of Florence Nightingale. For the last 3 or 4 years, all of those publications have contained many real life case studies of nurses who are increasing access, providing first contact, delivering NCDs, supporting people right along the spectrum of care as well. And I commend them to you to use them in lobbying and activities with politicians and policy makers. Of course, to do all of that, we also need to make sure that we have nursing leadership that is part of those strategic and high level and policy conversations. Around the world, we know that not all countries have a chief nursing officer. The State of the World's Nursing Report said it was around 70%. ICN think it's a little bit less because there are some people who are called chief nursing officers who don't have the resources and who don't have the budget. But if you don't even have those roles at senior level, I describe it as almost like a pilot flying blind. If they're not having the access to that nursing advice and expertise about what nursing can deliver in practice, about the policy fixes and solutions that we know nurses are so integral to, I just don't believe that we will be able to develop the strong health systems that are required. Elizabeth Iro, Chief Nursing Officer, and I wrote this piece for the British Medical Journal. You can find to you where we make this argument in this case for nursing leadership in a little bit more detail, and how we need to reposition nursing for a post-COVID age. And at the heart, we're saying, we just need to recognise that people think of nursing as deliverers of healthcare. Of course they are, but they also must be leaders and designers of our health systems as well. These were some of the statistics that I mentioned a moment ago about chief nursing officers. But the other takeaway from this slide for you is that even if you have senior leadership nursing positions, don't take it for granted that those people are then always engaged or involved in the important decisions. We did some survey work of nurses who were working in specialist nursing leadership roles, and you can see less than half of them said that they were consistently engaged in some of those big decisions. So yes, we need the posts, but then we need to make sure that the people in the posts are actively engaged in the management and leadership of our health systems. And I think it goes beyond health, colleagues. Arguably, the biggest health crisis this world faces is climate change, the impacts and consequences of climate change. I've had nurses who've said to me that, if you think COVID is bad, you ain't seen nothing yet when it comes to climate change. And nurses around the world, they see the impacts of climate change in their daily practice. People who are struggling to breathe, who've been displaced, who are migrating, the mental health impacts as well. And that's why nurses were strongly represented at the COP26 conference recently in Scotland, in Glasgow, why we've produced publications and reports on nurses' views on what we need to do to look after our planet, to make sure we stay below 1.5%. And again, this is an issue where sometimes people will say to me, Howard, well, is that going beyond the scope of nursing, beyond the brief of nursing to advocate, to want to be leaders in relation to climate change? And for the reasons I've just shared with you, I say yes, absolutely, it does. But what I would also say to you is that I think that we have a very powerful and potentially effective voice. And I say that not only because nurses see the impact on health of these issues in their practice, as I've already said, but as we all know, the nursing profession consistently is rated as one of the most trusted, if not the most trusted profession around the world. And one of the reasons that I sometimes think we don't always think about as to why that is the case is that our profession is underpinned by an ethical framework that puts people absolutely at the center, which is based on non-discrimination, respecting rights, and advocating for people's rights, but also for their health outcomes as well. We've just gone through a revision of the ICN Code of Ethics, and you can see it on the screen here. We first had a Code of Ethics in 1923. We've been revised it every few years, and this is the latest revision. It's informed by nurses and nurse ethicists from right the way around the world. But I commend it to you because I absolutely do believe that our ethical framework is at the heart of why we are so trusted. But I also commend it to you because one significant change that we made this year to it was to add a section on global health, to be very clear about what nurses' role and contribution was to global health. Again, you can find it freely available on our on our website. Finally, almost last slide, colleagues. We've just finished the ICN Congress. It was just 6 weeks ago now. It was a virtual event and gathering. I know a number of you participated. We had a phenomenally strong program of nursing leaders, of health leaders, of global leaders as well. But we also had, we're very blessed and privileged to have a message from His Holiness Pope Francis, and we also had messages from well-known figures from the worlds of music and entertainment and sport, Oprah Winfrey, Bono, and Roger Federer. And the reason I share this with you, because for me it was powerful, because yes, it was these global icons saying thank you to nurses, but when you listen to what they had to say, their messages, it was much more than just a thank you. It was a recognition of the centrality of nurses to our health, but how our health ensures the safety, the security of the communities, of the societies that we live in, of the type of world that we all want as well. And I thought that was very significant. They'd clearly given a lot of thought and observed very closely. And I think we as a profession, we need to, make sure that we're always looking and working with people beyond the confines of our own profession, who share many of the values and the ambitions and the aspirations that we have as well. But we can't do any of this alone. We're 28 million strong, the largest profession in the world. But it was the founder of ICN, Ethel Bedford Fenwick, who you can see here, who said back in 1899, by union alone can the necessary strength be found. The irony of that strikes me is that that's as true today as it was then. But what have we heard from the world leaders over the last few months? Solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. And indeed, it was the ICN founder, and it was a nurse who made that point over 120 years ago now. So there are reasons, colleagues, to be optimistic, to be very positive about the future. We know that we've been through some very, very difficult times, and that's still happening now for many of us. We need to do everything we possibly can to support our healthcare workforce, but not be shy, not be embarrassed, be bold about our vision for the future of the planet, for the future of global health, and the central role that we can play in that as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity. One day I hope I'll actually be able to be with you all. Please be safe, look after yourselves, and look after each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. Just in time, even I didn't give him any notice, but he finished in time, even it's in virtual. Our last and not the least speaker for the morning session, Ms. Mawahib Wong. Ms. Mawahib Wong is the Chief Nursing Officer at Medical Service Division, Ministry of Defense. She graduated from Walden University in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with a master's degree in healthcare management and leadership. She has extensive experience in both clinical and managerial areas. Her areas of expertise include critical care nursing and leadership. She introduced the Magnet Recognition Program to the Director of Nursing at all Eastern Provinces military hospitals and served as chairperson on the Nursing Executive Committee. Most recently, she has been involved with the National Transformational Program 2030 at the national level to assist with the planning of nursing pathways. She is presently serving as the Chief Nursing Officer, CNO at MSD Ministry of Defense in Riyadh, overseeing 25 hospitals with approximately 15,000 nurses. Ms. Mawahib is dynamic and result-oriented nurses leader who sets high standards of self and team. A leader who puts highest priority to patient care while empowering and motivating nurses and physicians to reach their highest potential. I'd like to welcome Ms. Moab. Come to the stage, please.
Thank you, Prof. It's very hard to follow after Howard. 2 years ago, when we were writing a white paper with Howard, I called him on the phone and I said, Howard, what are the 2 wishes you have for nurses? He said, 1, to have a safe nursing ratio. 2, to see the nurses leaders at the highest level in the government. So that's the president of the World Nursing Association, and those are his wishes. I want to thank Prof. Ahmed and Dr. Mohammed for actually working very hard to establish the Saudi Nursing Association. It is a dream that came true after 7 years. So thank you for that, for making that dream come true. And I want to encourage every single nurse to join, to be a member. Do not underestimate being a member. That's how it starts. Become a member, volunteer, and empower nurses' profession. I also want to thank all nurses. All nurses, whether they're staff nurses, their leaders, their managers, I want to thank you all for being there during COVID, before and after COVID. In May 19, it was a memorable day for me. It was the day that King Fahd took the magnet, the recognition. That day, I joined them. It was in the middle of the COVID. I joined them on a Zoom meeting, and my staff, my previous staff, saw me crying. They thought I was crying because I was so happy. But I was crying because the first nurse in the military hospital died of COVID that day. So we lost a lot of nurses around the world, and we lost 2 nurses in the military for COVID. So thank you all. Nurses are supposed to save lives, but sometimes we take away lives. I want to share with you a mistake I made 20 years ago. I was an assistant nurse manager working at night shift for the 2nd biggest ICU in the country, in Houston, Texas. We were short of nurses. So I made the assignment as best as I could. I gave one of our best nurses, the most experienced nurse, 3 patients. But they were the 3 most stable patients. 1 patient was supposed to be discharged that morning. So I told her, Linda, please, I know it's too much, but I have no choice. Can you please take care of these 3 patients? Linda agreed, and she did a wonderful job like she did every day. In the morning, when the shift ended, I passed by Linda, just like I passed by every single nurse, and I said, let's go home. Can I help you? She said, no, I'm done. I'm gonna come right behind you. I said, okay. The ICU was on the 5th floor. I went to the elevator. By the time I reached the 1st floor, I heard code blue ICU. I was like, what happened? So I went back and I saw the code team in the room of the patient that was supposed to be discharged that morning. She was a 42-year-old mother of 2. She came in so we can correct her electrolytes, a DKA, a very benign diagnosis in ICU. What happened? What happened was Linda was giving her potassium phosphate, and she did everything right. She double checked with another nurse. She mixed it up, she put it up, and she thought that the clamp was closed. It was open. All it took was 2-3 minutes for the entire KFOS that was supposed to go in 4 hours to go inside that mother and kill her. We could not recover it. That's a story about staffing that haunted me for 20 years. What do you do then? How do you take back a mistake like that? Was it the person's fault? Was it Linda's fault because she forgot the clamp? And when I talked to her weeks later, I said, what happened, Linda? She said, you know, I prepared it and I wanted to put it in the pump. And then Dr. So-and-so came and talked to me and I forgot. So she was distracted. In the aviation, there's something called sterile cockpit, where there is a time you do not distract when you're doing very important things. She was distracted. So was it the fault of the hospital because we didn't have a set ratio? Was it the fault of the country because they didn't have a law in place like California? Was it my fault as a leader at the time when I made the assignment? Or was it because of Linda's carelessness, as some people later put it? Well, every day I live with that and with many more stories that I've witnessed, that I've seen patients get harmed all the way to being killed in a healthcare system. Yet every day there is a discussion. Those of you in a leadership position, you know that. We go in the boardroom and we talk about money, we talk about budget, we talk about staffing. And nurses often are the ones to be cut. Whenever there is a cut, they talk about cutting nursing. Why? Simply because we are the largest working force. If we look at the United States, we have 4-to-1 nursing ratio to physicians. In the UK and many European countries, 3-to-1, so is Australia. In Saudi Arabia, we only have 2 nurses per physician. What does this show you? Just multiply it by the thousands. It will show you that we're extremely understaffed in Saudi Arabia. We need a lot more nurses. And that's the message that we need to take to the decision makers that set the budgets aside. So the key here, as every single nurse, from a staff nurse to a leader, whether you're a leader in nursing or in non-nursing, you need to make this case, the return for investment. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about how do we make the case to invest more in nursing. There's many evidence out there, a lot of research, but the research, we're just sharing it among nursing. I want you to take this message outside nursing. Share it with everyone. Share it with your HR director, share it with your friends, because every single person is going to be affected by shortage of staff. So let's look at some of these evidence first. Evidence show that when we have enough nurses, we have less GI bleed, less sepsis, less shock, less failure, pulmonary failure, less pressure injury, and less falls. Each one of these amount to money. And if we can capture the cost of these, then we have a strong case. Research also show that when we have the ratio of 1-to-1 to 1-to-2 in ICU, we have 60% lower level of CLABSIs. CLABSI is deadly, but it's also costly. So we need to count how many CLABSIs we saved, and we also need to count how many lives we saved. Research also shows when they did the ratio in California, the nurses were satisfied 4 years in a row. We all love our jobs, but if we overwhelm the nurses, we're going to push them to the point where they don't want to work, where they hate their jobs. In Australia, 20,000 nurses who left nurses because of workload came back to nursing when they did the ratio. Imagine how many nurses, Saudi nurses, left the profession because it was just too much. In one of the research that I read from Saudi Arabia, it said that the Saudi nurse turnaround is about 5 years before they leave bedside. So if we have nurses working in a more comfortable area, we'll keep them at the bedside. This is more evidence. There is reduced hospital mortality, hospital-acquired pneumonia, unplanned extubation, failure to rescue, all the types of nosocomial blood infection, and decreased length of stay. In the military hospitals, we just won an award from the Crown Prince on a project. It's called INSEAD, and it saved over R1 billion because of decreasing the length of stay. The champions, the leaders in that project were nursing. Dr. Turki is sitting right here, the CNO of one of the biggest hospitals, and he knows how we decreased it from 9 days to less than 5 days. Let's not forget about our colleagues, our midwives. 83% of all maternal deaths, according to WHO, can be prevented if they have a full midwifery package from the beginning all the way to birth. And 87% of anything that a woman needs during pregnancy and a newborn needs, a midwife can offer. Do you know how many midwives we have in the country? Dr. Muhammad? Less than 12. I think we have only 8,000. We need a lot more midwives. So let's talk about return on investment. Investing in midwifery education and actually making them work at the community has 16 times the return of investment. 16 times. What business can give you that? If we can only make the case, then we win the war against cutting budget for nurses. And the OECD did a study in 2019, and they published it. And they said, even though we are the largest workforce, governments only spend less than 25% on education of nurses and midwives. So we always hear this. The nurses are the heart of the healthcare. You know Annette Kennedy, she's the president of nursing in WHO. She said, nurses do not need thank you. We don't want a pat on our shoulder. We want to be paid. And I second my voice to her. We need to put value to the work of nurses. We need to upgrade the pay. This morning, Professor Rueda talked about advocating for pay and showing the return of investment. And that's the new language that we all need to be speaking. Yes, for many decades, we spoke about patient safety. We talked about the harm that nurses can prevent, but we need to put money next to that in order to gain what nurses need in order to empower the profession. So I wanted to share one international, and one national case. So this was a study done in a hospital where 76 hospitals were staffed well and 230 were not staffed. By staffed well mean the nurses had 4 patients, and in the other hospital almost had 6 patients. In the well-staffed, 67% were bachelor. In the other one, there were only 43. As you could see, the nurses' satisfaction were higher in the one that was staffed well, but also there was less mortality, readmissions, length of stay, even sepsis mortality were lower, and the amount of money was almost the same. So well-staffed hospital had 7% lower relative odds of mortality within 30 days of admission. Let's look at a local example. This is one of the hospitals in Saudi Arabia. They were 20% short of staff in 2016. When they start getting the staff, you could see that the nurses felt like they had enough nurses to do the work. Also, the satisfaction went up. The miscare, which is huge. Miscare means I wasn't able to do the dressing change. I wasn't able to finish all my medications, went extremely down when the nurses were staffed. Same thing with the central line care. And you know, if we don't do central line care, what happens? We get infection. So this is actually, I did this every quarter. I had a hospital-wide meeting with everyone to show how much money we saved. So we saved from 13 cases of CLABSI, we saved about 2.4 million riyal. In the saving in the CAUTI, because the nurses were well-staffed, we also saved 623. In total, we saved almost 4 million. I encourage all CNOs and all nurse managers to do this exercise. You know what you're doing. You're following your KPI. Just put the numbers next to it. I'm very proud to say that in 2022, we will have safe staffing ratio mandated by the governing accrediting body Sabahi. I thank you. So I just wanted to share this slides of Dr. Muhammad made actually these slides. It started with the ICN in 2018. My husband, Dr. Abdulillah, presented in that ICN in Singapore. And then we wrote the white paper with Howard. And then the Saudi Nursing Association supported it. And then it was a working group was done. Ms. Nabiha is sitting right here. She led the working group of a lot of you were in that working group. And then the Saudi Commission endorsed it, then Sabahi endorsed it, and 2022 is going to be a reality. So this is where it started. This is 2019, and we had that meeting. As you could see, Howard was there, and he told me, if you can pull this off, he said, it's going to be miraculous. Today, he knows that this country has a regulation on safe staffing. This is when the first signature happened to start the project. And this is the working group that worked on this. And looking forward to the 4th edition of that. I want to end with a message that was sent to me this morning by one of my friends. He said, a nurse is one who opens the eyes of a newborn and gently closes the eyes of a dying man. So we are privileged, we are blessed to be part of every human's life from the beginning to an end. And I want to thank all of you. Please sign up for Saudi Nursing Association. Empower your profession. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we're going to open the floor for the questions. Dr. Abdulillah, and I think Dr. Ruwaida with us online. Yeah, Mustafa. Dr. Ruwaida with us online. So guys, it's time to ask the presenter. And you can ask even Dr. Prof. Ruwaida, she is with us also. So we have the mic. Where's the mic? You have the mic? So please let us, if you have any question, the mic is here. Okay, Turkey.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for all our guest speakers for the nice presentations for this morning session. I'm Dr. Turki Matair, Executive Director of Nursing of BSMMC at Riyadh. My question for Dr. Abdulillah Hawsawi. You've just mentioned in your presentation about global advocacy for patient safety. And he shows 3 slides, which is interesting. And you compare between malaria and HIV and, you know, the global, the work and these diseases. And you're trying to point that patient safety as well need a global advocacy from all aspects. You have shared the Saudi Patient Safety Center, and I guess you wish something to happen, but you maybe not achieve it, or maybe now you're working on it. Can you elaborate on this?
Thank you very much for the question. So let me explain the magnitude of harm. You know, sepsis every year kills more than 11 million people. There are almost 40 million people that get sepsis on an annual basis, and a lot of them, even if they don't die, end up with a long-term sequelae. Only in low-middle income countries, 2.6 million people die from you know, preventable harm. I mentioned the numbers from the States, from Canada. So COVID in 1 year killed 2.5 million people. You know, it's it is a big problem, and I think the global response is very important. But when you talk about preventable harm, and I gave you all these different examples, just look at the response that we have as a global community to COVID, which is a very important thing that we need to do, compared to the, you know, the preventable harm. Are we to say that person that dies from COVID has a higher kind of level of humanness than someone who dies from a CLABSI or dies from a, you know, complicated pressure ulcer? It's not just about what we could or could not have done, you know, here in this country. As someone who continues to be engaged with patient safety, with the WHO and at the global level, I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And, you know, the numbers just speak very high. So that's what I meant by, you know, what was done and what needs to be done. To make this relevant to this event, to this conference, we need to invest more in nursing, because if we do that, that's going to help not just reduce the preventable harm for patients, but Howard showed the, you know, more than 115,000 healthcare workers who died from COVID. You know, not to mention the psychological harm and other kinds of harm as well.
That's drive me to the second question for Ms. Mawahib Wang. Thank you, Ms. Mawahib, for your nice presentation. We work together and at MSD level and at hospital levels as the Ministry of Defense. How do you have any, you know, idea that how we can recruit staff or empower staff, because that is killing hospitals anyway? All KPIs, patient safety, that's actually, we see it and we actually notice this in a hospital with a shortage of staff that we're going through. And we're not really optimistic of number of staff going to be recruited in the next year, at least in a level of hospitals. I don't know if our colleague of CNO is agreeing on this or not. So in this particular issue, I think that we need more than even CNO's level, an engagement of other authority who got, you know, authorizations to actually recruit or empower to solve a critical issues that we're facing now, with the closing beds, with a lot of staff is leaving. So I don't know how, you know, we link, and I'm sure it's linked together. The KPIs, the quality outcomes, nursing outcomes, is totally linked to number of nurses in the clinical area.
Thank you, Dr. Turki. It is not a CNO's job only. It is everybody's job. You need to advocate for nursing outside nursing. I keep on repeating that because budgets are set. They're in Saudi Arabia. I know I've been here 14 years. And when it comes to allocation of budget, we're not there when budget is allocated. So we need to use media. We need to use influencers. We need to reach out to decision makers, to businessmen, to politicians, to everyone, because you need to make it not your case, you need to make it their case.
I think we are short of time. Okay, more question? Okay, Abdullah.
والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أخوكم عبد الله الدماعين, nursing leader in the Riyadh Health Cluster 1 and the Chief Nursing Officer in Saudi Universities. My question for you, Dr. Abdullah, or Ms. Mawahib, regarding the and how to make a balance. There is demand in the emergency gush patient coming. They didn't wait you. They didn't take a permission, and there is a severe shortage in critical nursing in the critical area or general ward. I think this is the phenomena in everywhere, not only in the Ministry of Health. And how to make balance, because this question is usually being asked by staff nurse, why you make the ratio is increased from one, supposed to be from the 1 to 4 to 1 to 6 or 8, and the worst scenario maybe more. I do believe, as you mentioned now in the comment that decision maker, what's the academia, what's their role now? There is formula that we have to onboard more nursing, but the market, international market, doesn't have. We have a lot of a challenge. I see forecasting solution. It's not really going to be implemented in 1 year or 2 years. We heard about Barnamij Wali Al-Ahad for nursing, but since 1 year up to now, we don't see the result. What's the recommendation? It is urgent now. I hope by the end of tomorrow, there is a lot of recommendation come from the conference to accelerate the process of the recruiting of the staff. If you have comment in this topic, it will be worthwhile.
Absolutely. And let me just repeat what you just said about the recommendation. I think it's important that, yes, this conference comes up with clear and specific recommendations for policymakers about why we need to act now and why we need to act, forcefully. But like anything in life, you have to prioritize. So, you have to have short-term, mid-term, and long-term plans. In healthcare, it's not like any other thing. We can't just close hospitals and say, okay, let's take a breather. What was done with COVID in many countries, not just in this healthcare system, where resulted in a lot of backlog of patients with cancer, patients with some significant diseases that stayed home, and some of them even dying at home, some of them having difficulties. I've heard all kinds of difficult stories of patients that having difficulties to have access. This is not small diseases. These are patients with cancer and with some significant diseases. So you need to prioritize short-term, mid-term, long-term. There's a very important concept that we need to be working with in our hospitals, in our healthcare systems, which is the business continuity concept. I hope every one of you here in the conference has a business continuity plan, because in healthcare, we deal with emergencies. It could be, now it's pandemic, but in the future, it could be any other problem. So how can you have a business continuity plan where you deal with the immediate emergency at hand, but at the same time, again, continue to provide care as such? So it's about prioritization, but Dr. Mohammed is here. I think clear and crisp recommendations for policymakers is going to be a very important outcome of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the last question. Go ahead. Okay. Professor Hoida, go ahead. You open the mic for Professor Hoida. Hoida.
Good morning, everybody, again, and thank you so much for all our colleagues in the session and for all those that they are attending this important conference. And thank you for also our great moderator, Dr. Ahmed, Professor Ahmed. Thank you. One comment that I have in all maybe the questions also on the presentation is actually brilliant presentations. Thank you so much. The thing that is to say the cost of inaction for building back stronger and fairer nursing and midwifery workforce will be huge. So we have to act, we have to think of every single intervention that we can do to move forward with better environment and fairer packages for nurses and midwives. If we want to have quality healthcare, if we want to have really better economic growth, as well as if we want to talk about national security. I think this is very important. And also, like Dr. Mawahib said, it is not only the CNO responsibility, it is the responsibility of each of us, as well as politicians and policymakers and others. But also, our collective power is very important when we get together. So again, I would like to emphasize, yes, please join the Saudi Nurses Association. When you work together, you are more stronger. Then you can really have the right roadmap together and you will be there. Again, any inaction with regard to nursing and midwifery, it is a huge loss, not only for the country, but for the world also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ruwaida. And time to say thank you for the speakers. Can you come to the stage, Dr. Muhammad? So, Prof. Ruwaida, we're gonna distribute the certificate. And here is the first certificate for the Prof. Ruwaida. And hopefully we're gonna send it to you by mail, and you're gonna get it soon.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Ruwaida. I remember very well when I joined the Jordanian University of Technology and Science, JUST. She inspired a lot of students. I'm one of her, and honored to be one of her students. Thank you, Dr. Ruwaida. I know how tough hours while you are traveling. Thank you for have the commitment to be with us today. Thank you.
Dr. Abdullah Hausawi. Thank you. Also, Dr. Howard Cotton also, we would like to honor him by our speaker today. I'd like to say something, Mr. Muhammad, for Howard.
Yes, I met several times Dr. Howard. Since 2018, we've been in touch. He supported us in the Saudi Nurses Association in all the events during all the ICN Congress in Singapore and the latest ICN Congress in the virtually, but it was supposedly in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. So thank you, Mr. Howard. Hopefully to see you soon.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Ms. Mawahib Wong, please, thank you. Stay. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll have a break and see you at 11. I'm gonna be the first speaker for the next session. Thank you so much. 11.
After this morning session, which was interesting and very nice presentation were presented this morning. Now we're moving to the second session. Our next speaker is well-known and figure in the field of nursing education and practice and healthcare in Saudi Arabia. He is the first recipient of the first Saudi full professor, 2018, given to outstanding in research and academia. Currently, he is a professor and a consultant in a College of Nursing, King Saud University, and the founder and the first board member of the Saudi Nursing Association that is accredited by International Council of Nursing. He holds deanship position for 4 consecutive years, from 2014 till 2018 in the College of Nursing, Saudi Arabia. He's the chairperson of Saudi Commission of Health Specialists and Nursing Scientific Boards, which is instrumental in establishing postgraduate diploma to qualify for a professional master's equivalent to academic master degree. Recently, he included to the top 2% of the most cited scientists in various disciplines, complied by Elsevier and Stanford University in 2021. He held a degree, Bachelor in Science and Health Service Administration in 1997 and obtained Master of Science and Master in Health Hospital Administration in 2001 at King Saud University. He gained a Bachelor of Science in Nursing and Masters of Science in Health System Management at George Mason University, Virginia, United States in 2003. He holds and obtains a Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing at Wayne State University College of Nursing from USA 2010. Please welcome Professor Ahmed Abu Shaiga.
What is the point of it? Mustafa. Thank you so much, Turkey, for a nice introduction. I'd like to welcome you again, and I'm so honored to be here today and share with you Dr. Howard. He talked in brief about the report, the nursing status report. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to give a little bit details about this report, and I recommend everybody to look at this report. It's so important to report. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, we will have a brief and a glance of the state of nurse world report. What do we need to do? What's the policy to be considered, and action should be taken from this report? And finally, there is a take-home messages really. There is 3 take-home messages. I was gonna move it, Mustafa. Okay, so okay, it's back. Go back. خلاص. It's back. Okay, I'll use. Okay. So we're gonna talk again a little bit about the state of world nursing. This report done by 3 big organizations: WHO and the ICN, and finally the Nursing Now campaign. So they collect data from 160 countries, government, association, and we are lucky to be part of this report too. So this report provide an up-to-date evidence and cutting-edge policy options in the nursing workforce. So before we talk about the details of the report, I would like to share with you some information. Dr. Abdullah Hussawi asked how many nurses around the world. So we are around 27 million, and the professional around 20 million of this 27. So again, we are gonna the report talk a lot about the shortage. So by 2030, all countries they need to increase the nurse graduate by 8%. So and the report to focus on 3 areas. It's focused in education, leadership, and jobs. So this is part of why they come up with talk about the leadership, because this is not this is 8%, by the way, is not an easy number to reach. So and this is an educational point. 97, and this is a message to the education people working in education. 97% of the countries they participated in this report. They report the nursing education 3 years. So this is a chance to look to our curriculum and to our education. I know nowadays there is a movement to look to the educational year. Also, there's 53% report they have yeah, this is noisy. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's bothering me about you guys. I didn't need it, yeah. Wallahi, I didn't need it. So 53% they respond they have advanced practice role for the nurses, and hopefully with our new program in advanced practice, it will help to advance the nursing scope. Also, most of the country, they have the body responsibility for regulation of nursing. So far, in Saudi Arabia, we are really regulated by the Saudi Commission, but some countries, they go beyond that. They have their own nursing, like colleagues and brothers in Jordan, they have their Jordanian Nursing Council. So hopefully we will be there, like also the Nursing Royal College. So they are the one who regulating the nursing body. Also, a total of 82 out of 115. This is a good point. They report the national nursing leadership position, and how they did this. They mentioned this in the report. They have a national, mark this, a national leadership program for the whole country. So I think we need to do such a program. Now we have our own program in the hospital, but I think we need to have a national program and to have a leadership position for the nurses. So what kind of direction for nursing workforce policy from this report? So first one, again, we need to increase the fund, and here I really to Abdullah Damain, he talked about Crown Prince fund for the nursing, and hopefully it will be, we will see it soon, because we need really a fund to increase almost 6 million nurses, additional nurses. So we need to rethink about how we're going to do this, either in the practice, in academia, or a decision maker. So my message today for everybody, I'm not talking only to leaders, I'm talking also to the nurses, what a staff nurse, and to the middle management, and to the decision makers. Also, we need really to focus a lot in workforce data and data collection. And you know, data-driven decision is the most and great decision forever. If your staff came to you and said, I need to increase my staff, it's based on what? So please, you need try to focus in your data, and you need to know how to analyze it and to use it. And I think nurses, they are the best doing this. Nursing education and training program must be graduate nurses with, it's matched with the universal health coverage. For example, in Saudi Arabia now, we have the transformational program. We have the Vision 2030 initiatives. So we need to make sure And also we have the model of care. And model of care is merely focusing on the primary health care. I think we need an academia and for the new nurses to introduce such concept. Also, we need nursing leadership and governance, and is critical to nursing workforce strength. And if we're gonna talk about this action, it will take hours and hours. So also the planner and regulator should optimize the contribution of nursing practice. And I'd like to say thank you for Nabiha and her team. They really started a big initiatives 3 weeks ago for having the first scope of practice for nurses in Saudi Arabia. And it really was a wonderful workshop. A lot of, hopefully it will be implemented soon. And it's really a great job. Policymakers and staff should be coordinate action, support decent work. We need to not to talk to everybody about this report. Go today to your boss and present this. It's, by the way, it's in the website for ICN. It's 150 pages. It really given a good picture of the status of the nursing. Also, the professional nursing. We need to update the practice, the education based in digital. I think even Howard talked about it. The digital, the virtual. This is the new trends. We need to make sure we are part of it. Finally, the collaboration is the key. How we're going to collaborate with others, decision makers, physicians, allied health, everybody. We need to show them. And you know, there's a big part in the report. Chapter 1 in the report talk about the nursing contribution. I said I'm not going to present it to the nurses what we do. We know what we are doing in the field. So you need to go and read this part. It said we are 59% of the task force in the hospital. It said a lot of good fact about the nurses. So we need to go and do the collaboration with others and share with them this kind of figures. So what we're going to do in education, we need to ensure nursing education and training program equipped with competencies. And I think everybody now moving to competency-based curriculum. And this is in a good movement. Also, the health education institution and regulation should adopt competency. And also, again and again, we need to utilize the technology. And I think during the COVID crisis, everybody we turn to online. We use the simulation and all of kind of technology. I think the partnership. We usually talk about the practice theory practice gap all the time. We talk about this. So now this time, I think we need to everybody sit together and talk about it and how we can fill this gap. Since I'm talking about education and I am educator also, we have a problem with the faculty. So last week I read a new research how we can utilize the interprofessional in education. For example, I don't have to have a nurse to teach anatomy. We can utilize with the anatomy department for College of Medicine, for example, to teach with us infection control with a lot of. This is the time to show other people how nurses can work together. So we have a crisis with the faculty, to be honest with you. Not only here, it's a global issue. Also the infrastructure, and again, we need to make sure. I think most of the educational hospital, they are facing the clinical practice sites. So we need to come with the new ways to how to fill this gap and this problem, how to solve it. Also, we need. Again, I think the fund, it should be, we need to find a fund a new way of how to fund how to have a good quality of nurses and how we can make sure we fill the gap for 5 million in the next years. And we need to make sure we teach our students and our graduates and our nurses They work to the full extent of their education and training. Sometimes I feel we give them more than they want because they are not doing this in the field. So we need to make sure, and this is not, I am not the one who said this. This is the report that came from 160 countries. They said we need to enable nurses to do their full of their practice. Also, we need to make sure we need to affect development of also for the management for their nursing workforce. Oh, okay. I know now how's the speaker on getting your attention, huh? Retention. Dr. Prof. Ruwaida talk about it. Howard talk about it. Mawahib talk about it. Everybody talk about it. We need to have a new nurses. Also, we need to, and the report talk a lot in details, and they have a lot of policies how to keep our nurses. The burnout, salaries, benefits. So I think we need to look at it, and I can see a lot of leaders here from the field. We need to look at this issue. We need to look how we're going to keep our staff. How we're going to create a new policy. I think most of our policy need to be updated. This is a post-COVID. I call it even to my student and my friends. This is the post-COVID policies. This old policy is not going to work anymore. Even for the ratio, for the salary, for the benefits, for continuous education, for a lot of field in nursing. So please, you need to think out of the box. So for the again, the condition of the nurses, we need to make sure we are really taking care of the nursing condition. Also, we need to protect our youngs. We need to protect our staff. So this is part of this is really they focus a lot in that report about how is the condition of the nurses. So I think this is the last slide. So what is the focus area? What I want you to go home with the three messages. I call it in the class take home message. So the first one, we need to build the leadership. And you know what? There is a big chapter in that report. Guys, you need to download the report right now. You need to go back and talk about it. So we need to build leadership and management capacity for nursing workforce. We need to optimize the return for current investment in nursing through adoption and required policy options. I teach health policy for the PhD student. When I ask them to get a topic to write about it, when they go to ordinary topic, I say no. I need a new policy because I teach them how to write the policy, how to analyze the policy, how to write the statement problem. So I need a statement position. I mean, we need to have. I think we have to have a new generation to think about the policy. What is the policy options? How are we going to change in our career if we are not part of the policy? We are not the decision maker. We are now able to take a decision for ourselves. Salary scale, unified salary scale. I think it's approved without any nurses involved in that. So this is a big challenge for us. And finally, we need to we need again. This is the last. Yes, this is the last one. We need an investment in our health workforce. We need to show people, and Linda Aiken and the team, Mawahib showed today, how is the outcome affected with the nurses. We increase the nurses, the qualification of the nurses. And I recommend you to go and read about Linda Aiken. Linda Aiken, she did a lot of work in mortality and morbidity when we increase the RN with the skill mix. Also, we need to invest in our education, job creation, and I think we need to have a skill and great youth. And finally, we need to empower people. Please empower people, empower your youngs, empower your people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Ahmed. Very nice presentation. I like when you mention your key actions, number 6, policymakers should come together for decent work. And that's, I'm sure it's gonna be through the SNA, where we all come together. Our next speaker, she holds a PhD in nursing from Queensland University of Technology in Australia. She is associate professor in the field of acute care nursing and fellow of Royal College for Surgeons, Ireland. Currently hold the position of the Faculty of Nursing Dean at Al-Qura University in Saudi Arabia, and the Deputy Chair for the Faculty of Nursing Dean's Committees in Saudi Arabia. She has 15 years of experience in the field of nursing in national and international institutions. She was a lecturer in Queensland University of Technology and Institution for Health and Management in Australia. And to account for her clinical experience, she worked as a registered nurse in St. Vincent Private Hospital in Brisbane, Australia, in the Oncology and Palliative Department. She is Associate Editor for Saudi Journal for Health System Research and has a track of publications in academia, acute care nursing, and self-management approaches. Please welcome Dr. Fatima Al-Sulami.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the Saudi Nursing Association for this invitation. I was really overwhelmed with the generosity of the Saudi Nursing Association. Special thanks to Dr. Mohammed Al-Ghamdi and his professional team who embraced the invitation from the beginning and actually made it happen until today. Thank you so much, Dr. Turki. I always, when I come to nursing conferences, I always go like, I'm a registered nurse, because this is how I can speak and I can make it on the level of on the background of other nurses. Maybe as an academic, I want to ask one question. Most of the colleagues who have spoken before me asked one question about, do you know how many nurses in Saudi Arabia? I want to ask you one question. Do you know how many PhD holders in Saudi Arabia in the field of nursing and who works in academia? Do you have a clue about the number? 100s? 400s, nearly 400s. Actually, it's 300s who are working in academia until current, unless if the statistic been updated before I come to the conference. 600 of them are approaching their scholarship in nursing, are actually on a scholarship or just teaching in the universities, holding a bachelor degree in nursing. So as you can see, there is vacuity of PhD holders or academic nurses working in universities, and that is the beginning of the struggle of how we can bridge between all these projects being mentioned about the safety in clinical practice, the shortage of nurses in the clinical settings, and all of the transformation happening in nursing profession. As academics, we actually face a huge struggle to overcome all of these aspects. Let me tell you about the nursing education transformation. So what is our aim in nursing education transformation? And here I'm speaking about the part of education from university perspective, colleges of nurses, and private colleges of nursing. We are actually bridging the gap between what's being taught in universities and what's going on in the clinical settings or the workforce demand. We are trying in nursing programs, or education is trying in nursing program to deliver a safe and patient-centered care across settings and improve in the education system. So this is very crucial to nursing programs held in universities and private colleges. Nurse educators actually want to achieve a higher level of education and training. This is to pursue for clinical nurses, registered nurses in the clinical settings, and those who are studying in the programs of nursing. Also, nursing education, actually targeting the opportunities for a seamless transition between what's being taught in universities and its applicability as an outcome in the work settings. How we are scaling up these strategies? The work is actually tremendously hard with the fast shift going in the clinical setting, clinical practice, and the world, the global shift of nurses around the world, and all these transformation projects to achieve the Vision 2030. In nursing programs, the work is going like building the capacity, and this starts from the bottom, building the capacity of those students who are enrolled in the program, starting from the beginning or from the point of entry for these students, embracing them into the profession, and trying to reduce the iteration rate of these students by having one year specialized for nursing, which is the first year of nursing, which been now approved actually by most of the faculties to include them in the program as a fast track. Building the capacity for these students through developing and renovating into the curriculum of nursing. The curriculum of nursing actually being renovated now to match and bridge the gap between the practice and what's being taught as a theoretical perspective in these programs. So it's actually a faster track to bridge these programs, and we are utilizing in academia the opportunity of having the 3 semesters and the transformation in education from the Ministry of Education. Competency-based program or competency-based curriculum, and I could see that most of you have heard about the project being published recently in December 2020 from the Saudi Commission of Health Specialists that target graduate nurses to be fulfilled with the required and essential competencies for them to work in the clinical settings. So what's going now is that we are aligning all these competencies to start from the program level as a Bachelor of Nursing program aligned with these competencies for graduates who are working in the clinical setting. Clinical learning environment, most of you have received or trained students in the clinical settings. But what you don't know is that we are trying to shift from this traditional approach to have students not as a trainee, however, as assistant in the clinical practice from the beginning of their programs. So I was speaking with Dr. Abdullah Dumayan just previously, and he was telling me I have shortage of nurses. I wish a few students comes from the first year of nursing. I said, hold on, I will tell you about this now. So what we are embracing now in nursing education, the apprenticeship approach. So the apprenticeship approach, and I hope that we are all encouraged this approach because it's going to be hard for these young nurses to be in the clinical setting. They will need your support to empower them and embrace them as a staff and assistant. So the apprenticeship approach is to have these student nurses working as assistant within the limitation of their scope of practice as a trainee to assist in the shortage of nursing that you were talking about previously. Regulations, trying to amend and go beyond and approve for the stakeholders and regulatory bodies these needs of nursing students and nursing programs. As you know, it could be easy from the Ministry of Health to speak out because they are professionals. However, when you talk about universities, it's as Prof. Ahmed previously mentioned, he's trying to have a liaison in the inter programs or interdisciplinary programs, as he mentioned in the anatomy subject. And university system, we are not working as a solo faculty of nursing. We are working among all other disciplines. So that is actually hard to have the voice of nursing there or to meet the demands of the workforce. We are trying to go and prove for the regulatory body these needs and speak about them from the education perspective. Transformative teaching to build up the capacity and scaling up these strategies. The teaching approach has moved and shifted towards what matches the needs of the workforce. For example, all of you know or have heard about the nursing licensing exam. This is a huge challenge for graduates from the nursing schools. What's going on now in nursing education is that we are renovating all the programs to match with these national examinations, because these national examinations are adopted from an international practice. So to lift up the level of education, we are renovating the education programs to align with these national examinations. This is not only the case, also aligning up the nursing education to the international best practices in nursing education, embracing strategies in teaching. Previously, it used to be the student-centered approach, and now we are trying to embed more of the active learning, adult active learning strategies, that the learners themselves are the active part of the education and learning process. Through blended learning strategies, self-learning approaches, and assignments approaches, critique, embedding a lot of the critical thinking and scenario case methods of teaching inside the program. Infrastructure and resource, as I said, we are speaking and trying to convince these needs and approve for the regulatory bodies the needs of the education programs. We are not, the nursing program is not a traditional only that is set in the classroom or that the students goes only in the clinical setting to practice. There is also another part that we have to talk about, which is the simulation. And most of the faculties in Saudi Arabia actually are not really equipped very well with the simulation labs or clinical skill labs that actually brings up or lift up their programs to the international standards. So what we are doing, actually speaking about these needs, because it's the needs that matches what's required from the workforce. There is a huge national move has worked behind the scenes and embedded these outcomes for implementation and action to be done. A strong power came from the strategic goals for Prince Mohammed bin Salman committee, who adopted all these needs from the educational perspective. So what is the goals that these committees has established to move their implementation plan or their strategic plan to happen to be an action? It's targeting to close the gap for the number of workforce, so it can reach the global level for nurses patient ratio. And this target is aimed in 2030. Also raising the standard Saudization rate for these graduates, increasing the graduates from these schools will increase the rate of Saudization in nursing workforce. Also determining the cost to break into these number of Saudizations as a job target by 2030, as well as setting standards for internal scholarships and empowering or supporting private sector for these internal scholarship and increasing the intake there. I have to say this in Arabic because I feel proud when I say it in Arabic. طموحنا أن نكون ضمن أفضل 20 إلى 30 نظاماً تعليمياً ونملك كل شيء لتحقيق ذلك. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود. So what are the action plans? How did they work? And how did this committee has established these needs? Calculating in a parameter perspective for 2030, the needs for Saudi Arabia of these graduates from nursing school to reach the global and the international rate, which is 700 nurses per 100,000 population. And I can't tell you how much this is actually is a burden and effort for nursing schools to embrace within the past years. And actually, I think we are doing well to target this aim. calculating the expected supply of these graduates, and it has to reach in the short term by 2020 to 2030. So the incremental increase should be between these years, and it should be evident as an implemented plan by these schools of nursing. And developing appropriate scenarios for bridging the gap between the demand and the supply, and choosing optional and alternative methods to match the demand and the supply from these programs provided by the nursing schools. One of the strategies, and I'm going through these strategies that goes into the education sector and from the nursing faculties, and how they developed their programs to embrace and implement all these actions. Internal scholarship, this is one of the suggestions by the Prince Mohammed bin Salman Committee to support, which is the internal scholarships for high school graduates to enroll into private nursing schools. The reason why is that the intake is actually lower in these private schools, and they want to enhance more intake and to leverage the number of students who goes to the public sector to the private sector. There are around 39 faculty of nursing and school of nursing in Saudi Arabia, and a big portion of them actually provided these programs are as private. Parallel education is one of the education programs that is, inshallah, adopted in Saudi Arabia, which allows for those who are working in the clinical settings to have their opportunities in education and enroll to nursing schools, whether these workers holding a diploma degree in nursing or holding a bachelor degree in nursing and want to enroll to study their postgraduate studies. Speaking here about a real experience, I can see the struggle they face when they are study and work in the meanwhile. This actually brought up to these nursing schools to adopt the parallel education approach to maximize the benefit of utilizing these workers in the work settings, as well as having the benefit of enrolling to education. Bridging, and I don't think I need to highlight more here. I had many questions about this. Whether before this session, previously before I attend to the conference about the bridging program, which sees the light today, inshallah, in Saudi Arabia. Many faculty of nursing are embracing this approach to empower other nurses in the work settings who are holding a diploma degree, so to upgrade their levels into the registration into a specialist nurse. The thing that I need to speak about, it's not the traditional approach. This university actually adopting a new method to teach these with experience, targeting their experience and tailoring the programs to match with the candidates who are enrolled these programs. It's not similar to the programs that we teach to high school graduates. It's actually matching with the level of experience of these nurses from the field. Accelerated programs, this is one of the approaches being taken by Saudi universities as well to enroll more nurses. It's for the graduates from scientific degrees, graduates from Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Applied Science, so they can enroll to the Faculty of Nursing. It will count for the previous subjects that they have studied during their education, so and will align with the nursing program available in universities. One of the strategies that have worked actually during this year, and is still under follow-up from the Ministry of Education, is increasing the intake and admission of nursing in nursing schools, and supporting the nursing colleges financially to embrace this increasement in number, and supporting them financially to increase actually the staff, the academic staff available. As I mentioned, we have faculty of academic staff available in Saudi universities, and there is support for international recruitments. Supporting to open new colleges for nurses, for nursing in the area where it's needed. Also supporting the private sectors and empowering the private sector with the same methods and approaches being taught in public sector. These are just an estimated number of statistics that shows that there will be an incremental increase in the future for number of graduates from Saudi universities. We can see actually it's very evident until now that the number of female graduates is more, way more than male graduates. And now Saudi universities and nursing colleges are trying to support more intake of male nurses. To current, speaking out from this moment, it's the graduates from these 39 programs, around 17,000 students, 13,000 students are female, and the rest of them are male students or male graduates. Alhamdulillah, I have to say that we are actually reaching the international level in our nursing education. We have 8 accredited, nationally accredited nursing programs in Saudi Arabia, and more to come in the row. Most of the universities in Saudi Arabia are actually supporting nurses program to pursue the accreditation to be with the level of the international nursing colleges available in the world. These are some of the projects being there and actually some evidence of the transformation in nursing education. The advanced nurse program that is provided by Princess Noura University, which been established before this transformation. There is recently, and I could see that most of us have received the news about the accelerated program from Taiba University. And there is one approach of a transformation in nursing education in Al Qura University, integrating the visual simulation into the curriculum. And the last one that I would like to say proudly is the one by Al Qura University, embracing the bridging program for MOH staff nurses. And thank you so much. Within the time? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. We can't agree more about the strategies that need to be implemented to close the gap between supply and demand in the nursing sector. Our next speaker, he is an RN and currently an executive director of continuous education and professional development at Military Medical Services in Riyadh, where he is leading the transformation of nursing education across all military medical services in KSA. He's also spearheading the introduction and implementation of advanced practice nursing across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well the Magnet Recognition Program and NNDQI projects, and his passion in developing staff, especially the younger generations. He asked me to make it short. So I will say, please welcome Dr. Abdul Ghani Qasim.
Thank you very much. I ask specifically because I believe everybody knows me. Can I have that portable, please? How's everybody? I don't have no mic. My presentation is not up. One. Okay, great. Where's my presentation? After, yeah. Just touch the first one. No, the other one. Yeah. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving your time to us. Thanks, organizers. Thanks, my team. Really very excited to be here. When we set up the program, we set up in a way, it complements. So I put myself before academicians. So now I can talk about the real life, right? Actually, they touch everything. And by the way, Dr. Fatima, all the initiatives you mentioned has been initiated by King Fahd Medical City. I was very surprised when you mentioned internal scholars. Internal scholars. This is innovative approach, by the way. We did it in Prince Noor University. Some of them may be here. We hire them on their 5th semester, and they get paid the last 3 semesters, and we hire them. High school, by the way, I'm into my presentation, but I need to give up. High school, we hire high schools, we put them on your program, and then we scholar them. Preaching, many of them are here. Some of them actually, they're gonna be presenting with me. Nora, Nasra, Nadia. Yeah, we hire them, diploma, to preach them local and also abroad. So I was very happy to hear all those initiatives, bridging the gap between, you're not gonna count all of this, right? Aha, we are in now. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's go on. I would like to take opportunity to thank Mr. Khalid, Dr. Fahad Bufeli, and myself. What's wrong with that? I would like to thank the organizers, the scientific committee. I just want to make sure I'm not here to criticize a specific entity or system or individuals. Nothing to do. I believe that everyone is trying to do their best. The message is that we have to keep trying and keep engaging all stakeholders. I'm talking about it in general in nursing profession. The views and the opinion expressed in this presentation based on me, my professional experience, subject expertise, and establishing what I call hospital education system, because many people don't actually differentiate between academic-based and hospital-based. Some of my observation and my comments may not sit well with some, and I fully respect that. We have to have a different opinion in order to have a dialogue. Let's move on. Now you guys have an option, okay? Do you want us to share with you what we have achieved or how we achieved? I know it. I know it, exactly. You are more interested to know how we did it. All right, what we did it is good for us. Excellent. The title is Cultivating Nursing Talent and Capacity in Saudi Arabia, Advancing Nursing Practice Through. So, what are you going to cultivate? What are you going to grow if you don't have enough, right? It's easy to say than done. By the way, what I'm talking about, and I think I'm not going to finish my presentation because each slide has a lot of meaning. We can debate this, all the CNOs, right? If you don't have enough to grow, right? So the question is now you have to come up a strategy to seed the seeds. And I'm going to tell you what we did. I have a bias. Education, nursing education is mine. All the CNOs, education, 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 education. So who's responsible? Huh? No, education involves everything, by the way. So it's not only education. A lot of educators here, and those who are in the webinar will love this slide. This is a loaded slide. Why? educators not this slide. This slide actually is going to answer your question. What I found out is to be an educator. My opinion, as I said, you have to have both academic and clinical, right? You need to, they augment. But majority, either you have pure clinician who become educator, or you have a pure academician who become educator. When I say educator, please, I'm talking about a hospital-based educators. In my experience, educators are selected in a different ways. Are you promoted within the education? You are not educator, but this is big one. Many educators are assigned to cover the education. Is education your primary role? Majority, they have a dual. Head nurse, acting educators, right? Dual. Some of them are actually handling other. So you have to keep in mind. And this is something very important with the leaders to think about it. The major issue, we have a system issue, either at national level and also institutional level. Okay? But it requires time, lobbying, and patience. So you're not going to give up. Every time I talk to the people, they just feel like they are giving away. So what are you going to do? Run away? No, you have to keep trying. You never fail until you stop trying it. Three stand strong, not by its roots or branches, but the depth of its roots. What I'm trying to say here, you need to build the foundation. Why am I talking about education? I'm talking about cultivating a talent. Where do they start? Nurses start from education. As Dr. Fatima said, I was so happy to say that we're going to bridge, and I always have a problem, by the way, the gap between what they thought and what they are expected. I did study, and what I found wasn't. So this, and Professor Ahmed can talk about it. We always talk about it, right? So you need to actually to make sure your customers, why are you wasting your time? If your product is not going to meet my needs, what did you do for me? Not for you, not for them, not for the nation. So we need to have alignment. This, to me, if there's any nationals are here, is very important. We always have a fight. A nurse to be a competent, how many do they need? What's the requirement? Patricia Banner, right? You have to work 2 years in a same setting, in a same. Here we have nurses graduating, and God knows, jumping. I refuse to do that. So don't even talk to me. Foundation, and then build up. And also, I'm an advanced practice nurse. I'm a nurse practitioner, I did it. My title, I didn't say ABN, even though we're gonna talk about ABN, next session and workshop. I put more emphasis advancing the nursing practice, all right? Because ABN is at the end. Huh? How long is it gonna take to there? So everybody's talking about here. Oh, cool. Yeah, but you have to go through. You have to go through bedside, nursing-led cleaning. So you cannot jump from one to another. Insanity, doing the same thing, expecting outcome. It's time with that we need to ask tough questions. We cannot solve our problem with the same thinking we made when we created them. So King Fahd Medical City. This is, where is King Fahd Medical City? Raise your hands. Yeah, my gratitude, that's where I grew up. That's where I have opportunity. That's where we have done a lot of work. So education system was created. This is very important. Remember, we're saying cultivating, you have to be very careful what you're cultivating. Increasing the number. I have more Saudis. No, that's not the answer. You need to have a qualified nurse who can save the country in the long term. Okay? So make sure just hiring more Saudis is not the answer. Education has a two part. Continuous professional development and what I call them SNAP, Saudi Nurse Advanced Programs, and SIDA, Staff Education Development Activities. And I call 80-20. People will be surprised. Actually, I asked the nurses to spend 80% of their time developing the novice, the new generation, and then 20% for other activities. Is that doable? Educators, can you do that? By the way, as a leader, when you ask your staff or the educators to do something, don't just tell them to do things. Right? This is a major issue that I have. Tell them how. Provide the tools they need. Right? But telling them is not going to help. They will try, that may fail. So in King Fahd Medical City, what we did and what's still working is our educators is we put the system. Put the system there and then it will work. And the system has to be based on evidence. Okay, I'm an educator. Look at this dilemma, this poor educator. The CEO, what they are expecting. The nursing staff are expecting something. They may have a bedside assignment. The nursing trainees, other commitment. This is a reality, guys. You cannot close your eyes. This is a reality. So you need to help these poor educators. And we tell you how we did it. Everybody, the most, when you ask any educator, by the way, I'm using educator as a loose because you have a nurse educators, you have a clinical instructors, you have clinical resource nurse, you have a nurse clinicians, right? Okay, make it 10. By the way, so does this sound good? Familiar? Either they doing what? Or, am I right? Right? I'm busy with competency. I'm busy lecturing. So what happened to the trainees? Do you have a time? No, I don't have a time. I'm busy with competency. Okay, how about mentoring the new staff? I don't have time. Okay, how about bedside teaching? How about addressing incident reports and putting action plan? How about training? And this is my favorite. I call teachable moment. If educator is not present when I need, I don't need it, right? You are running a code blue. There is a new procedure. There is something. The nurses are struggling. Educators nowhere to find. Where are they? In the classroom. This is not academic. This is a hospital. But anyway, we don't blame them because we don't provide them what they need in order to function it. I need them to be feasible. Feasibility is very important. This is very crucial. Don't lock yourself in your office or in the classroom. Can you help? Can you help? Yes? How can you help as a leader? I tell you, and this is how we did it. Okay? Do's and don't. And believe me, all of them are here, most of them. Is Dad here? Hababa, Wa'il. By the way, where is Hababa? Right here. This guy is genius. Did anybody know Hababa? This is the guy behind whatever you see it. Everybody knows he's famous. By the way, really, you have to be straightforward and say, you know what, educator, 1, 2, 3, don't do it. But you have to commit that. Huh? You have to qualify to tell them not to do it. And then you have to say, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Any leader here, you need to go back and ask yourself what they're doing. They were really lost. You know, they've been, by the way, they've been pulled back and forth, operational, do this, do that. I said, okay, relax. Now we make a decision. We want you to do this and that. No, okay, they need to ask themselves why they're doing what they're doing. What are they doing? Where are they going? When? Stop. Stop. And by the way, everything they are doing, by the way, is not wrong. Eh? Some of them are good. So some you keep, some you let go. You start fresh, you put the foundation, you do framework, fresh start. Okay, that's what we did it. Everything, and then we start from the beginning. This is the document we created. Everything based on Sabahi, JCIA, you name it. So this document exists, everything that they needed in order to function. And then we created units, and each unit we tell exactly what they need to do. This is art and science. It's not an easy. So something that it needs to be looked into it. So they're not going to be around. Do you know what's called role confusion? There is a role confusion. Who is doing what? This is educator's role. This is unit-based education role. This is clinical instructor role, right? They're sharing. I'm coordinating the workshop. Educator is creating the curriculum. So we clean up. Okay, so people now have something, they can look into it, and they are accountable. And guess what? You give the confidence. Oh, the director, medical or nursing director is doing this. No, no. Also, we work together with the directors and say, look, what do you want it? This is the list, and this will, they say, halas. Now they know exactly what to expect. Where is my slides? Okay. Anyway, I'm going to end up with, what are you giving me? I'll continue this. It's okay. I'll balance because next presenter is Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi. Unfortunately, he won't be able to. So I will be presenting me and Noura and Nasra. Can you hear me? Anyway, so I tell you. Now, by the way, go back. My presentation is supposed to be talking about these items now for cultivating. Training program, we set up a good training program. Talent acquisition, that means you train them and then you hire them. And then when you hire them, you put a process for retention program and then you develop it. Magic, huh? So this is how we actually put together things. And there were some examples that what we did it. This was capacity. This was the training that we did it. This is the university that we've been dealing with. Undergraduate, we celebrate them. As we said earlier, We have a postgraduate nursing diploma programs. Also, we have training outside of KFMC. We have training courses also outside. And then recruitment strategy, we did a lot of activities. Okay, so let's talk about here. So this is the newly graduate nursing, internal scholars, nursing diploma holders, high school graduates, nursing awareness day, add-on scholars, high school campaign. Exactly what Dr. Fatima was talking about, right? This has been done 5 years ago. Okay, add-on scholar, we have a very robust nursing scholarship program. Many of them here now graduated, and then Noura and Nadia Nasra will talk about today. Add-on scholar is somebody who went abroad. We add them, and then they join us. A lot of awareness. Even we do nursing education awareness day in Granada Mall. I mean, I keep talking about it. These guys, do you know we have a Saudi nurse talented? I was amazed. Within KFMC, we had artist, we had innovator, we have another artist, we have also writer. So we try to identify also Saudi talented within. You guys, you don't know what you have. If you spend, take your time, by the way, guys. And instead of getting busy, I know it's, you know, at the beginning I say it's easy to say than done, but there's a lot of things actually you can do within talented people within the nursing. Outreach programs, recruitment, as I said earlier, scholars. I mean, as we said, we have scholars for every level. Dr. Fatuma, BSN, breaching, masters, PhDs, you name it. So this is how we did it. We sent abroad, and also we send them local nursing scholarship, and then Prince Noura came up, and then we sent somebody, Prince Noura, and we have 8 advanced practice nurse practicing now from Prince Noura, and we're going to talk about later on. And this is a development. This slide is sort of bit saying bye-bye King Fahd Medical City after 14 years. Now I'm beginning a new journey. Thank you very much. Just Khalid, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Ghani, for your presentation. Our next presenter supposed to be Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi. He's the CNO of King Fahd City, and for emergency, he's not able to make it today. However, Dr. Abdul Ghani and his colleague Nasr Al-Hussein and Noura Al-Ghaidi, they will present on behalf of Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi.
It's been a long time, eh? Actually, it's a complementing. It continues, and just to show you exactly how we did it and the outcome of our efforts. Another one, yeah. Another person. Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyway, advanced practice nurse. Is the voice clear? Can you hear me? Challenges and opportunities. Again, I want to thank you, everybody involved. We're going to talk about a little bit of our journey. Now, I always have a thought provoking. Guys, as much as education is close to my heart, also advanced practice nurse is even closer to my heart. And I am there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of misunderstanding. Those of you who are lucky enough to come tomorrow to my workshop, maybe, but there is a lot of misunderstanding that we need to. This is my favorite slide. Again, as I said before, you may not like what I say, but this is a reality. This is a reality. You cannot become ABA, nurse practitioner, blah, blah, whatever you call it, unless you go through the, right? I always tell, my staff, I said, you cannot have a baby and then skip all these stages and then start running and walking. Absolutely. It's the truth, whether you want to deny it or not. And we have seen it. So keep in mind. Otherwise, you're going to have a reality shock. I was reading a study has been done. Even among APN, even among nurses, they have confusion of the term of APN. They don't know who is who. I think Dr. Manar Banasir did. She's here, I think. I was reading her studies. A lot of study even done. Maybe I will say. So this is umbrella, by the way. It covers nurse practitioner, CNS. But I'm not going to go through this because we have a workshop. We're going to talk about nurse practitioner today. And this is the definition of the nurse practitioners, the difference between clinical. I just want to make sure, guys, people understand. Nurse practitioner and clinical nurse specialist. Clinical nurse specialist. They are CNS. They are very experienced nurses who are in majority critical care area and as a resource. Get it? Completely different for nurse practitioner, which they call as a mini doctors, but we are not. Okay, so understand. How did the concept of ABN came to King Fahd Medical City? By the way, I want to ask you a question, and this is real. When it comes to ABN, who is your champion? Is it doctors, nurses? Anybody will say who? Who advocates more on the role of nurse practitioner? Yes, doctors, because they appreciate. By the way, when I started, when we introduced nurse practitioner in inpatient cardiology, we have a crisis. Nurses going against us. Why? I don't blame them. It's a natural. Abdul Ghani was bedside with me yesterday and now he's giving me orders. Hello. So don't deny it. It's there. It's a natural reaction. Now you're pretending to be a doctor. Tough luck. So it was these three guys at that time. And you know what? These are dilemma. And there's a lot of dilemma. How are you going to implement APN when nothing in place? So they want to hire me as MP, but they don't have a line. So they hire me as educator under nursing education. That's a reality. None of you can hire ABN now, right? You don't have. It doesn't exist. Okay, so what shall I do? You know what's good for me anyway? I become a good educator. Anyway, this is my history. This is what I did KFMC. And then it was time to pass the torch, right? So this is phase 2. Abdul Ghani retired, he did his work. So now we give the opportunity for the new generation. Initially, we have 4 of them, Nasra, Nadia, Noura, and Shamsa. And then we say, hey, guess what? We are getting, by the way, I'm not gonna go through this, but things happen. So the girls went for BNU, they graduated, and then they are coming. Tough luck. How many of you are getting the scholars coming back? You have no clue, you don't have no plan, you didn't you discuss with it, boom, 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 right? They're coming left to the right. As I said, I can't talk about it. I don't blame them. Those who are going scholars, Saudis, they're going for a reason, because that's the only reason they can get something. Regardless of what specialty they are, they have to have a master's in order to get a benefit. Agree? How can you blame them? But you have to deal with them. They graduate as a nurse APN, and then they're going to do administrative work. Anyway, they graduated, they come here, and we did everything. By the way, anybody who's planning to do a nurse practitioners, we have everything for you free. My motto is sharing, caring, no problem. We created everything, maybe Nabiha, everything is in place. Except what? Prescriptive authority. They were so scared. They don't allow us. But everything we have it. Practice scope of service, job description, medical directives. By the way, we work in medical directives. Everything is there. Set me free. Nasra, I would like to welcome Nasra. Nasra, she is one of my diploma. I get to know her 2011. She came from Abdullah Shumaisi. You didn't take care of her. So she came to us. We sent her. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding it. Diploma nurse, they were head nurses. And again, opportunity, they come, they grow with us. Now she's actually one of the advanced nurse practitioner, and she will talk about her experience.
Thank you, Dr. Abdi. So good day, everyone. And before I start, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for the organizing committee and for the scientific committee for giving us the opportunity actually to share our experience as a nurse practitioners. This is my current practice. I'm doing bariatric surgery service. My primary goal is to provide a holistic care for the patients who's going under bariatric surgery and to provide high quality patient care and excellent service to improve the efficiency and patient and also increase the patient satisfaction with the surgical experience. Before I go through the criteria and who's eligible for the bariatric surgery, actually, I want to tell something and share with everyone because a lot of people, they misunderstand the obesity. A lot of people, they think that the obesity is a risk factor, that it can be treated in some way, but actually it's a disease. And that has been admitted for the last 6 years now. It's a disease that needs to be treated. It's not necessary to go through the surgical procedure, but we advise patients to come look at the other options than surgeries. And usually we advise them to go through the healthy lifestyle and non-surgical methods like obesity medications. And we give them usually an opportunities to try with these methods around 6 months to a year. And if they failed all these trials, actually, we go through the bariatric surgery service. So one of the eligibility to be ineligible in our bariatric surgery service, you have to have a 35 and an BMI. The 35 BMI, sorry, that good? Okay, so more than 35 as an BMI with 1 or 2 comorbidities, and these comorbidities can be diabetes and hypertension and sleep apnea. Okay, thank you. We are trying to do the best practice at KFMC, and we are following the international and national guidelines, like the Saudi and American metabolic bariatric surgery guidelines, in addition to the EFSO. EFSO is a European guidelines for bariatric surgery. This is our daily activity. I'm covering the inpatients and outpatients. With the inpatients, actually, I'm providing the pre-op and the post-op education service and counseling for the patients and their families. With the outpatients, I'm covering 3 clinics, 2 with the primary consultants under the head of the section, Dr. Mohammed Abu Khater, and I'm covering and I'm running the bariatric surgery clinic as a nurse practitioner. So with my clinic, I'm obtaining complete health history. I'm reviewing the patients. I'm doing the physical examination as well, and ordering the pre-op and the post-op bariatric surgery workup, in addition to some diagnostic procedures. We are also eligible to interpret the clinical findings and to do referral as we need it, in addition to prescribing certain medications that usually also co-signed by the primary consultant. So this is our daily activity. This is our statistics for the last 2 years. And during the pandemic, the number is a little bit, but we were educating more than 400 patients, and more than 1,000 patients has been successfully seen and examined by me as a nurse practitioner. And I had virtual clinics with 200 patients. If you see at the screen, this is the nurse practitioner post-bariatric surgery clinic. And patients, they are eligible for this clinic if they finish 1 year with the primary consultants and they have no surgical or acute medical issues. And there's a certain criteria for discharge. I'm eligible to discharge my patients within 2 to 5 years based on their results and if they're doing well with their surgery. And at KFMC, we are offering 2 bariatric surgery. The first one is the sleeve gastrectomy, and the second one is Rox-en-Y, and both of them doing well. This is the process flow for the bariatric surgery nurse practitioner clinic. As I told you, patient will come to the clinic after 1 year from surgery with no acute clinical issues, and then he will follow up the bariatric surgery nurse practitioner clinic for 2 years to 5 years and discharged. So I will give the opportunity because I'm sure there's no time. I'm talking a little bit, but I will give the opportunity to my friend Zinora to share with you her experience as a bariatric surgeon. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Okay, good day, everybody. And first of all, I will thank the organizer committee to give me this opportunity to share my experience. My name is Noura Ghedi, and I'm working in ICU as a nurse practitioner. So about our practice in daily basis, I'm taking patient load 4 to 6 patients per day. Also, we are attending morning and afternoon handover with the physician to introduce and receive the patient from the in-call, attending a prenatal meeting weekly, and attending surgical meeting monthly. And the practice on daily basis, actually, I saw the patient performing the physical exam and patient observation, ordering, administer, and analyzing diagnostic tests as blood investigation and X-rays, record medical history and symptoms, diagnostic treatment plan, and premature and term neonatal with complex and acute issues, performing procedure as needed, such as neonatal sedation, intubation, ensure proper feeding and encourage mother to provide breast milk, visiting also the newly delivered mother and update her about the baby condition, and also we taking care for the both parents, provide education and support for the parent during their baby journey in ICU. We have many protocols. I will just mention some important: the admission and discharge protocols, transfer protocols, HIE protocol, and management of stillbirth. Also, we have many procedures observing and assist in, like intubation, insert central line, do lumbar puncture, insert chest tube, blood exchange, and insert urinary catheter. I am an active member in some projects like NetCap project, parent support group meeting, and educate parent and staff. Thank you. I think I'm done.
I'm sure Noura and Nasra are very good example of nurse practitioner. And thank you for giving us your experience going through these qualification studies. Our next speaker, he finished his bachelor degree in nursing in University of Science and Technology in Melbourne in 2012. Continued his educational career and received his master's degree in public health in 2016 from King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science. In 2017, received master's degree in health management from King Saud University and received the Golden Key Award for Scientific Excellence from the Royal University of Science and Technology in Melbourne, Australia. In 2002, he started his career in King Saud Medical City, and in 2004, and worked in the emergency department for General Hospital as a clinical nurse and graduated functionally until he became a supervisor of clinical departments at General Hospital. After returning from the external study missions at the end of 2012, he worked in the Department of Education and Training in the Department of Nursing and was then assigned as a Deputy Director of the department in the same year. In 2014, he was appointed Assistant Executive Director of Nursing for Administrative Affairs and continued in this job until the end of December 2017. Early in 2018, he was appointed as an Acting Chief Nurse Officer and officially become the Chief Nurse Officer in January 2019 until the present in King Saud Medical City. In 2019, he was appointed as a nurse leader in Riyadh cluster beside his current role. Please welcome Mr. Abdullah Ad-Dama'in.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. شكرا Dr. Turki for this introduction. And at the beginning, I want to thank the organizing committee for this invitation and for organizing this conference. Today, I'm going to speak about our experience in the fellowship. Where's the pointer? About the hematology oncology for advanced nursing fellowship program. It's a continuous. It's a continuous, as Dr. Abdelghani is speaking about how to empower the nursing in this field. So this is our content. I will not speak a lot about the advanced oncology since Dr. Abdelghani is speaking about this point. But we find there is a gap once the staff is being joining the work, as we have almost 20 staff has been either scholared or attracted in the hospital, either from local university or from the international university. So to retain them and to find pathway, you find it's an opportunity for us to engage them in the fellowship program with a specific role, since there is a lot of controversial or discussion who is gonna to follow them. Is it the physician, as Dr. Abdelghani mentioned? Is it the nursing? Is it this one? As like a majority when the literature in 2016 mentioned, majority of advanced nursing practice oncology, they are not specialized in some education. So hematology oncology advanced practice registered nurse fellowship is a planned comprehensive program in which currently licensed and scientific or equivalent advanced practice nurses demonstrated the knowledge and attitude necessary to meet the standard of practice defined by the profession of the society. There is a new presentation. يعني there is updated, unfortunately there is updated يعني presentation, but this is the what we're going to talk about. Hematology oncology advanced practice registered nurse as well is designed to develop the nurse specialty in the field of the hematology. Also through the education and mentoring and training advanced practice nurses to enhance the diverse communities using the latest research and technology and treatment option. We have a lot of objectives and for this program using the critical thinking and the clinical reasoning skills, provide peer support, integrated research and evidence-based and quality improvement. Also, we demonstrate effective decision-making skill, making ethical issues related to care of patient and their family based on the rule regulation in the Saudi Arabia. We got to formalize them with the common diseases, pathophysiology and etiology and the management with the specific area. Demonstrate all nursing skill required with the nursing area within the area for specialty safety. Using effective communication strategy. All this is a competency has been created based on the Scopus and method. Also, to improve the quality outcome for this project, we seek the advanced practice resident satisfaction as well patient satisfaction. Also, we demonstrate the proficiency in the specialty related competency and the effective decision as well. They are enrolled in some researches and performance improvement project and if it's the evidence-based project as well. The requirement for the admission is to hold the master degree in approved advanced practice curriculum. They have filed science licensed by Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. Minimum 1 year experience in the nursing, preferable to be in the oncology. They should have current BLS, preferred to have ACLS, and definitely excellent written and verbal communication skills, and have clinically working experience after master degree is than 1 year. So if the staff has more than 1 year, if after the graduation, they will not be registered in this program. The competency and the program is being designed in three model, Fusion model and Kuba and team steps model to cover multiple competency such as assessment, critical thinking and clinical reasoning, clinical decision making, patient-centered care, communication, leadership skills, time management, interprofessional team, teaching skills as well, evidence-based practice, quality improvement, and patient safety and informatics as well. The program also continued for 12 months, and for the staff who doesn't have experience in the oncology and hematology, they should have extra 1 month for the competency for specialists. This is basically the model of the nursing our program. The first 2 weeks to be entered the orientation program wide hospital. This is the program is going to be entered for any nurses in the hospital. Plus that we increased 1 week for advanced practice fellowship. Also for the non-staff who from non-area of oncology, they have to do a 4-week competency as a registered nurse. Then we'll go for 40 weeks clinical rotation with the physician side by side in hematology, oncology, palliative care, pediatric oncology, bone marrow transplant, and colorectal and radiotherapy. This almost 4th week. Then they got to select one from the first 4 hematology, oncology, or palliative or pediatric oncology as subspecialties for them. During this period or the training, they have to attend weekly grand round, daily monitoring report with the physician, attending the tumor board and mortality meeting, participate in the quarterly journal club, also chemotherapy and biotherapy course, breast cancer program, also for 4 weeks. Also attending the unit CNE that is required for the staff registered nurse in the unit. This is the specific training. They have 2 clinics per week with the physician. In the patient, they have 6-week period. This is the detailed program for all of them in based on in the specialty or the division. Teaching strategy, we use lecturing, group discussing, simulation, demonstration, case review, case study, bedside clinic, nursing round, assignment, project, BIP project or evidence-based. They require to do research and journal club as well. This is the fellows competency that's concentrated on 8 domains: patient care, knowledge of practice, and patient practice-based learning improvement, interpersonal and communication skills, and professionalism and system-based practice, as well professional collaboration and personal and professional development. And the evaluation of the program is depend on the Kilpatrick model. Me or okay. Right. رحنا في جهة ثانية. ها؟ طيب لا استل فري سلايد. يب. Yep. We use Kilpatrick model for the evaluation of the program based on the reaction, learning satisfaction toward the program, and the patient satisfaction as well. Learning for pre-test and post-test, and privilege evaluation, as they have privilege, case study evaluation, and decision-making evaluation tool. Behavior is we use the clinical validation observational tool. And the end result, what's the retention of advanced practice nursing in the first year, and oncology and hematology patient satisfaction rate. Also, we created a privilege for the staff based on they have to do requested routine diagnostic lab test, request non-invasive radiological tests that are not involving IV contrast injection, perform proper advanced patient advance, also prescribe non-analgesic or non-narcotic analgesic medication. Also, they prescribe plain IV fluid, prescribe antiemetic medication, and prescribe oral laxative, prescribe as well proton pump inhibitor, and they can book clinic appointment and book day medical oncology unit appointment. As Dr. Abdelghani mentioned, there is a lot of a challenge we are facing, like the legislation. There is no legislation, clear legislation. Is it the hospital? Is it the Saudi Commission? The Ghana one who is registered the preceptorship, as he mentioned. Is it the physician or by preceptorship by nurses? License, is it the hospital is enough to do it, or they have to do it from the regulatory body? Scope of service, all is came from the hospital need. Liability, the staff as well. Once they are, some of staff, they are not interested to register in this program, while the other is registered. So what's the regulation in this program? Insurance against medical error. Whatever they can mistake an medical error, they don't have an insurance. Compensation, their salary is similar to other people, other staff. Engagement, we have some division from medical, they are engaged like oncology, but other, they are interested, but they cannot help or cannot support. But while we have this in the strength, there is qualified staff interested from advanced practice, graduated. We have medical team engagement from oncology. Also, we have administrative support from all parties. Recommendation, I would recommend if you could have a unified program on the national level that's credited by Saudi Commission. So as we are having the postgraduate diploma like in emergency, and we have about 9 graduated diploma. If you have similar and each institution came with one proposal and it become well accredited, is this going to shorten the time that is spent to create this program? Actually, in the queue, we have almost 13 is interested, and we have more than one division from almost 3 division, they are interested. Some of the staff now is working with the physician, but without designing program, with the steward program. So if we have this collaborative effort and can be created by Saudi Commission, is going to shorten the time in each institution to adapt the program they are need. Scope of service, it's not clear as we see it now in the our colleague in King Fahd medical cities. They have different scope in King Fahd or in King Saud, and in R1 we have different scope. Competency framework, it is all personal or institutional effort. Payment scale, as I mentioned, they have and they are receiving similar salary with RN. Insurance, and this is we have to find a solution for them. This is the end, and thank you for paying attention.
Thank you for Mr. Abdullah for his nice presentation. Actually, we asked him to squeeze the time, so he able to finish it within 10 minutes. He supposed with 20, but we asked him nicely, and thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for making it shorter. So please, I ask all speakers to come on the stage for your certificate, and I ask Prof. Ahmed Abu Shaiga to come as well on the stage for the certificates. All speakers to the stage, please. All speakers for the second session. First one. First speaker, Prof. Ahmed Abu Shaiga. Dr. Fatma Sulami. Dr. Abdul Ghani Qasim. Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi and Dr. Abdul Ghani on behalf of him. Mr. Abdullah Dama'in. And myself, the moderator of the session, Dr. Turki Al-Mutairi.
Okay, thank you, Turki. Please keep in a seat. There is no break. We are waiting for the Deputy Minister and his team to arrive now. So please stay in the auditorium, and so we'll start soon, inshallah. So please don't leave the auditorium, and we will start in a while.
تست. بسم الله تست. طيب.
طبعا حيكون على ما ينتقل الشبكة بث اونلاين يكون عندنا على ما ينتقل على شبكة بث اونلاين بس في الهدوء.
أنا ابنك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله القائل في كتابه الكريم: وإذا مرضت فهو يشفين. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمين وعلى صحبه أجمعين. خير ما نستهل به حفلنا هذا آيات من الذكر الحكيم تتلى على مسامعكم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها ثم عرضهم على الملائكة فقال أنبئوني بأسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم.
سعادة وكيل الوزارة للخدمات العلاجية بوزارة الصحة الدكتور طريف الأعمى، سعادة الدكتور الأمين العام للهيئة السعودية للتخصصات الصحية الأستاذ الدكتور أيمن عبدو، أصحاب السعادة والضيوف الكرام، لقد استحوذت الخدمات التمريضية بمملكتنا الغالية على جل اهتمام قيادتنا الحكيمة في عهد خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله، وولي عهده الأمين صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله، حيث حظي القطاع الصحي بدعم واهتمام وتطورات ملموسة في القطاع، وبمزيد من الرعاية والاهتمام من قبل المسؤولين بالوزارة، وعلى رأسهم معالي وزير الصحة فهد بن عبد الرحمن الجلاجل. والآن سنحملكم معنا لنرى ما كان حلما بالأمس أصبح حقيقة اليوم، وذلك من خلال ما ستشاهدونه بعد لحظات في العرض الوثائقي لرحلة نجاح.
تأسست الجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني بقرار مجلس الأمناء القاضي بالموافقة على إنشاء الجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني بتاريخ 30 مايو 2018. تم تدشين الجمعية كأول جمعية مهنية متخصصة في التمريض بالمملكة العربية السعودية خلال الملتقى السعودي للاعتزاز بمهنة التمريض برعاية معالي وزير الصحة، برؤية واعدة في أن يكون صوت التمريض فاعلا ومؤثرا، مما يساهم في رفع كفاءة وجودة الخدمات التمريضية المقدمة للمجتمع. فكانت رسالة الجمعية تحقيق أعلى مستوى من التواصل الفعال مع منتسبي مهنة التمريض محليا وعالميا، وبناء قنوات للتواصل المهني الذي يهدف إلى رفع كفاءة وجودة الخدمات المقدمة، وبالتالي خلق بيئة جاذبة لمهنة التمريض. أما القيم والتي استوحي منها شعار الجمعية فكانت: الوحدة والولاء اللون الأزرق، الصدق والشفافية اللون الأخضر، النجاح والتميز اللون الذهبي، الرحمة والاحترام اللون الأرجواني. الإنجازات: مايو 2019 اعتماد الاستراتيجية العامة. يونيو 2019 إقرار اللائحة الأساسية للجمعية. يوليو 2019 توقيع مذكرة تعاون مع المركز السعودي لسلامة المرضى وإطلاق مبادرة نسب التمريض، والتي تهدف لتحسين سلامة المرضى وتحسين سلامة طاقم التمريض كذلك. أبريل 2020 تعاون الجمعية السعودية للتمريض مع الهيئة السعودية للتخصصات الصحية لإطلاق عشرات الندوات المجانية لدعم الكوادر التمريضية في مجابهة كورونا. ديسمبر 2020 انعقاد الاجتماع الأول للجمعية العمومية. اعتماد اللجان الدائمة للجمعية. اعتماد الجمعية ممثلا للحملة الدولية Nursing Now وإطلاق أنشطتها في المملكة. اعتماد الجمعية السعودية للتمريض عضوا في المجلس الدولي للتمريض ICN، وبذلك تصبح الجمعية الممثلة الرسمية للمملكة العربية السعودية في المجلس. يناير 2021 إطلاق المبادرات التطوعية متضمنة أنشطة توعوية وتثقيفية واستشارات علمية تستهدف مختلف شرائح المجتمع. نوفمبر 2021 اعتماد الجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني كجهة تطوير مهني لتقديم أنشطة وبرامج التعليم المستمر. واليوم ينعقد أول مؤتمر دولي للجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني برعاية معالي وزير الصحة.
ننتقل الآن وإياكم إلى الكلمة الترحيبية لسعادة رئيس مجلس إدارة الجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني الدكتور محمد بن غرم الله الغامدي، فليتفضلوا مشكورا.
سعادة وكيل الوزارة الخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف بن يوسف الأعمى، سعادة الأمين العام للهيئة السعودية للتخصصات الصحية الدكتور أيمن بن أسعد عبده، سعادة الوكلاء المساعدون، المدراء التنفيذيون ومدراء عموم المديريات والتجمعات الصحية، زملائي قيادات التمريض وأبطال الرعاية التمريضية، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في المؤتمر الدولي الأول للجمعية السعودية للتمريض، والذي يحمل شعار آفاق جديدة لمهنة التمريض نحو رؤية 2030. خلال الأشهر الماضية نجحت لجان المؤتمر في استقطاب أكثر من 30 متحدث من دول مختلفة، وذلك لتقديم برنامج علمي مثري خلال أيام المؤتمر الذي سيناقش في 5 جلسات و6 ورش عمل التوصيات الدولية الحديثة للممارسة التمريضية المتقدمة ودورها في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. من هذا الحدث أود الشكر الإشادة أولاً بالدعم اللامحدود من قبل معالي وزير الصحة وسعادة الوكيل الوزارة الخدمات العلاجية، ودور الهيئة السعودية الكبير ممثلة في سعادة الدكتور أيمن للجمعية السعودية للتمريض، مما أثر في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. كما أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للراعي الرئيس كليات الرؤية والشركاء على دعمهم وشراكتهم في المؤتمر. الشكر موصول أيضاً للجان المؤتمر والأعضاء الفاعلين في الجمعية على جهودهم المباركة لإعداد وتنظيم وإنفاذ هذا المؤتمر، متمنياً للجميع وجميع المشاركين كل التوفيق والنجاح، وأن يحقق هذا التجمع الأهداف المرجوة منه، ودمتم بصحة.
الآن نستعرض معكم العرض المرئي لمنصة التعليم الإلكتروني أولى مراحل مشروع منصة التمريض السعودي. الآن فليتفضل سعادة وكيل الوزارة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف الأعمى بإلقاء كلمته في هذه المناسبة مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا. سعيد جدا اليوم بوجودي بينكم نيابة عن معالي وزير الصحة، ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أنقل لكم تحيات معاليه واهتمامه الشخصي والخاص بكل ما يخص مهنة التمريض، وما ذلك إلا ترجمة لجهود واهتمام مملكتنا الغالية وقيادتنا بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهد الأمين في كل ما يخص القطاع الصحي والممارسين الصحيين وبشكل عام مهنة التمريض. ملتقى هام جدا اليوم، واسمحوا لي أن أشارك معكم بعض النقاط في وجهة نظرنا كوزارة الصحة فيما يخص مهنة التمريض، ولماذا نؤمن إيمان شديد بأهمية هذه المهنة. أحد الإحصائيات التي تعلمتها حديثا ووجدتها مثيرة جدا للاهتمام هو عدد ممارسي التمريض في العالم. وربما أسأل السادة الحضور، هل يعرف أحد عدد الممرضين والممرضات في العالم؟ 20 مليون؟ 27 مليون؟ أكثر أقل؟ والحقيقة أنا تعلمتها قريبا من زملائي، وجدت أنه عدد مثير جدا للاهتمام. 27.9 مليون، حوالي 28 مليون. فقط لنشعر بحجم العدد، لو تخيلنا أن هؤلاء الممرضين والممرضات عبارة عن دولة، فهي دولة عدد سكانها أكثر من أستراليا ومساوية لهذه الدولة اللي ترونها أمامكم. هذا فقط يعطينا انطباع أو برسبكتيف عن حجم مهنة التمريض في العالم. الأهم من ذلك أن التمريض هو القلب النابض والقوة المحركة للممارسين الصحيين. حوالي 60% من الممارسين الصحيين مشكلين من مهنة التمريض. أهداف التنمية المستدامة أو Sustainable Development Goal التي يعمل عليها جميع دول العالم تحت مظلة الأمم المتحدة ونعمل عليها في المملكة، شكل التمريض دور رئيسي في عدد من هذه الأهداف، ليس فقط فيما يخص الصحة والجودة والرفاه، وإنما في عدد آخر من هذه الأهداف. مملكتنا الغالية ضربت أفضل وأجمل الأمثلة في تطور القطاع الصحي، ولا يخفى عليكم أننا بكل فخر تبوأت المملكة أفضل المراكز في مكافحة الجائحة، وبفضل الله أيضا قبل الجائحة، وإن شاء الله هذا سيستمر ويتطور. ولا يخفى عليكم كلمات خادم الحرمين الشريفين فيما يخص الممارسين الصحيين والاهتمام بالقطاع الصحي، واهتمامه واهتمام سمو ولي العهد المباشر بالممارسين الصحيين وبالقطاع الصحي وبالتمريض بشكل خاص. القطاع الصحي في المملكة وقيادات القطاع الصحي أبدت اهتمام كبير في التمريض في المرحلة السابقة والمراحل القادمة، ودائما يعني يكون التمريض محور رئيسي للاهتمام. إذا نظرنا إلى بعض الإحصائيات في العالم عن التمريض، هناك تحدي عالمي تشعرون به جميعا ونشعر به جميعا في كثافة التمريض لأعداد السكان، وتنافس عالمي على استقطاب التمريض المؤهل واستبقائه. بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى مملكتنا تقع في المنتصف إلى الأقرب إلى الأعلى تماما في ناحية أعداد التمريض، وذلك بفضل الله ثم بفضل الجهود التي قامت في السنين الأربعة الأخيرة على استقطاب واستبقاء أعداد التمريض. فهناك قفزة نوعية كبيرة في أعداد التمريض، ونطمح إن شاء الله إلى أن نستمر في ذلك. ربما الشرائح السابقة ركزت بشكل كبير على الأعداد، لكن أنا شخصيا أرى أن أهمية التمريض لا تنبع فقط من أعداد، وإنها تنبع من قصص شخصية ومن تضحيات على مستوى شخصي وعائلي. من القصص التي يفخر بها العالم وتعرفونها جميعا فلورنس نايتنجيل على سبيل المثال في بريطانيا ودورها في تمريض المصابين، لكن تاريخنا الإسلامي والعربي يسخر بقصص أقدم وربما تكون أكبر وذات أثر أعظم، السيدة نسيبة بنت كعب رضي الله عنها. مؤخرا بدأنا نرى حتى اهتمام الإعلام بدور التمريض، وبغض النظر عن آرائنا الشخصية، أنا شخصيا أعتقد أنه اهتمام الإعلام بدور التمريض وإبراز التضحيات التمريض يعتبر خطوة ممتازة جدا، وهذا فرض الحقيقة فرضا من ما رأيناه من تضحيات التمريض على مستوى الوطني والشخصي والتضحيات الرائعة التي نراها دائما. الأعظم من هذا كله هو فعلا القصص التي رأيناها ممن ضحى بأنفسهم وأرواحهم لخدمة الغالي والثمين، مثل أختنا نجود رحمة الله عليها، واهتمامنا بإبراز اسمها ودورها. أنا أكرر مرة أخرى سعادتي الكبرى لوجودي بينكم في هذا الملتقى الهام، وأتمنى لكم جميعا التوفيق، وشكرا لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
والآن نستأذن سعادتكم بتكريم الداعمين والرعاة والشركاء في هذا النجاح. كليات الرؤية يستلمها الدكتور سلطان محمد الصميخي. الخدمات الطبية بوزارة الدفاع يستلمها المدير التنفيذي المشارك للتمريض بالخدمات الطبية بوزارة الدفاع موهاب وانغ. مدير عام الإدارة العامة للجمعيات الصحية سعادة الدكتورة هدى الفحيلي. الأمين العام للهيئات السعودية للتخصصات الصحية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور أيمن عبدو. وكيل الوزارة للخدمات العلاجية سعادة الدكتور طريف الأعمى. معالي وزير الصحة فهد بن عبد الرحمن الجلاجل. يقول الله تعالى: وقل ربي زدني علما. فالعلم والمعرفة هو السلاح الذي نواجه به الجهل. والآن فليتفضل مشكورا سعادة وكيل الوزارة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف الأعمى بتدشين المنصة التعليمي الإلكتروني.
لتحقيق رؤية وطن وضعنا حجر الأساس لتحقيق الهدف. نقدم لكم البداية، منصة التعليم الإلكترونية، انطلاقاً من رؤية مملكتنا 2030 لتطوير القطاع الصحي ورفع كفاءة كادر التمريض في المملكة العربية السعودية. حرصت الجمعية السعودية للتمريض المهني بدعم من معالي وزير الصحة على تطبيق استراتيجيتها المعتمدة للدورة الأولى، وهي أولاً تعزيز التطوير المهني في مجالات التمريض، ثانياً، التحول الرقمي في التعليم والتطوير المهني المستمر. من هنا بدأ العمل. وضعنا الخطة لتحقيق الهدف بخطى واثقة لتكتمل مراحل المشروع في عام 2024، حيث تنقسم مراحل المشروع إلى: المرحلة الأولى منصة التعليم الإلكتروني، والتي تهدف لتوفير برامج التعليم الطبي المستمر والبرامج التخصصية لتوفير فرص التعليم عن بعد لكادر التمريض. المرحلة الثانية البرامج المعتمدة دولياً من خلال شركاء الجمعية من جمعيات التمريض العالمية وبيوت الخبرة. المرحلة الثالثة مركز معلومات التمريض، والذي يهدف إلى وضوح خطة توطين كادر التمريض بواسطة تحليل بيانات التمريض في المملكة وقياس الفجوة من خلال الاحتياجات الفعلية لأعداد الخريجين بالتنسيق مع الجامعات لسنة 2030. المرحلة الرابعة مركز البحث العلمي والنشر، والتي تهدف لإبراز مكانة السعودية في نشر الأبحاث على المستوى العالمي. المرحلة الخامسة نظام دعم المنشآت، والتي يهدف إلى إتاحة القنوات الرقمية بين الجامعات والمنشآت الصحية لاستقبال المتدربين والخريجين من الكليات وعرض فرص التدريب والعمل لكادر التمريض بالمملكة. هدفنا أن نصبح صرحاً رائداً لكادر التمريض والبوابة التعليمية للتمريض في العالم العربي. نحن اليوم نحتفل برعاية معاليكم بتدشين المرحلة الأولى لتكون منصة التعليم الإلكتروني أولى مراحل إنشاء الأكاديمية السعودية للتمريض، والتي سوف تطلق برامجها بعد 40 يوماً من اليوم، وذلك بدعم من الهيئة السعودية للتخصصات الصحية والمركز الوطني للتعليم الإلكتروني وجميع القطاعات الصحية بالمملكة لتحقيق رؤية وطن.
والآن بعد ما شاهدنا هذا العرض المرئي لمنصة التعليم الإلكترونية، ننتقل الآن إلى تدشين المنصة يقدمها مشكوراً سعادة وكيل الوزارة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف الأعمى والأستاذ الدكتور أيمن عبدو. وفي الختام يتفضل مشكوراً سعادة وكيل الوزارة بافتتاح المعرض المصاحب للمؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Lunch break will be in swimming pool area. Lunch break will be in swimming pool area. All of you is invited for lunch in a swimming pool area.
please. Everybody, I know when you have a lunch, it's not easy to. All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back from lunch. I know it's not easy when we're back from lunch to stay awake, but we have to go on with the program. The next session will be by Dr. Roa Al-Tawali. She's a consultant midwife and director of midwifery department. She's also the president of the Saudi Association of Midwifery. Dr. Roa is the first midwife from Saudi Arabia to obtain a PhD in midwifery. We're really proud of you. She's a registered consultant midwife holding a BSc in nursing from King Abdulaziz University and postgraduate diploma in midwifery from Bahrain. She was appointed as a midwife at National Guard Hostel in Jeddah, and then a teaching assistant at Dar Al-Hakim University in Jeddah. She pursued a more academic route by achieving a postgraduate certificate in advanced practice of midwifery from King's College London. And also she has a master's in midwifery, PhD in midwifery from City University London. Dr. Roa worked at East Jeddah Hospital as clinical nursing director, then a midwifery consultant. Currently, she works as the director of midwifery department at the General Department of Nursing, as I've mentioned earlier. And as I've mentioned, she is the president of Saudi Association of Midwives. Dr. Roa, welcome to the stage.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope all are awake after the lunch. So I will not be long. I'll just give you some information about the midwife-led care. It's not new concept and it's recommended as the first choice for all women. So I'll give you small background about maternal and neonatal health. So maternal and neonatal morbidity and mortality together, one of the biggest challenges to public health. 810 women die every day from preventable cause related to pregnancy and childbirth. Around 6,700 newborn die every day, amounting 47% of all under 5 deaths. About 2 million babies are stillborn every year, with over 40% occurring during labor. So fortunately, we know that the majority of stillbirth and maternal and newborn death are avoidable through the provision of safe and quality care by skilled health professionals working in supportive environment, engagement of all stakeholders, adoption of comprehensive health system and community-based approach. And we know that medicalization of birth has impacted the midwifery profession and midwifery models of care all over the world. Increasingly, pregnancy and birth are not seen as normal physiological process led by midwives, but as high-risk events in women's life that require medical intervention by highly specialized obstetrician. The evidence demonstrates, however, that in order to improve maternal and neonatal health and to meet the sustainable development goals, midwifery-led care is crucial. So to give you small background about childbirth in Saudi Arabia, in 2019, the total estimated population was 34 million, 484 hospitals with annual population growth rate 2.43%. Total fertility rate, birth per woman is 2.34%. Crude birth rate of 14.3 per thousand. Over 99.7% of births were attended by skilled healthcare professionals in Saudi Arabia. Maternal mortality ratio in 2017 was 17 per 100,000 live birth. Neonatal mortality ratio was 4 within 28 days per 1,000 live birth. And stillbirth rate per 1,000, total birth was 5. So the midwife, the international definition of the midwife by the International Confederation of Midwives 2017, the midwife is a person who successfully completed the midwifery education program that is based on the ICM essential competencies for basic midwifery practice and the framework of ICM global standards for midwifery education. and is recognized in the country where it's located, who has acquired the requisite qualification to be registered and or legally licensed to practice midwifery and use the title midwife, and who demonstrate competency in the practice of midwifery. And the scope of practice for midwives is defined in the ICM 2017 that the midwife is recognized responsible and accountable professional who works in partnership with women, give necessary support, care advice during pregnancy, labor, and postpartum period, to conduct birth on the midwife's own responsibility, to provide care for the newborn and infant, preventive measures, promotion of normal birth, detection of complications in mother and child, accessing of medical care or other appropriate assistance, and the carrying out of emergency measures. Health counseling and education for women, family, and community, antenatal education and preparation for parenthood, women's health, sexual and reproductive health, and child care. And finally, the midwife may practice in any setting, including the home, community, hospitals, clinics, or health units. So let's talk about the midwife roles. What the midwife do? They are essential in ensuring that women have a safe and positive experience during their maternity care. And the quality midwifery care is linked with rapid, sustained reduction in maternal and neonatal mortality and morbidity, reduced intervention in labor, such as episiotomy, instrumental birth, regional analgesia, and C-sections, more spontaneous vaginal birth, better rates of breastfeeding. Women feel more in control and involved in their birth experience, enhanced psychosocial outcomes, and increased birth spacing and contraceptive use. The role of midwives in saving lives. There is a new study led by the United Nations Population Fund, the International Confederation of Midwives, and the World Health Organization. Document the potential impact of midwives in preventing and reducing the maternal newborn mortality and stillbirth, and reveals investing in midwife could save millions of lives. And the key finding from the study that if we are going to cover universal coverage of midwife-delivered intervention by 2035, we could save 4.3 million lives by the year of 2035. And that will could avert 67% of maternal death, 64% of newborn death, 65% of stillbirth. And if we have a modest increase in coverage every 5 years of 10%, we could save 1.3 million lives per year by 2035. So overall, increased coverage of midwife-delivered intervention, including family planning, would help reduce the number of abortions from 40 million to 25 million, help avert 44% of infant death due to HIV from 27,000 to 15,000, and contribute to healthier families and more productive community and to a health system that can provide effective coverage of essential sexual, reproductive, maternal, newborn, and adolescent health services. So let's talk about the midwife-led care. It means that the lead healthcare professional is the midwife, and she's responsible for planning, organization, and delivery of care given to a woman from initial booking of antenatal visit through to care during postnatal period. It is a woman-centered care and based on the premise that pregnancy and childbirth are normal life events which promote birth as normal process and advocate for a minimum of intervention. It provides the woman with education, counseling, antenatal care, adapted to her specific needs, continuous care during labor, birth, and immediate postpartum period, ongoing support during postnatal period. In case of complication, women are appropriately referred. High certainty evidence-based strategy to improve maternity care, and it's mostly suitable for healthy women with uncomplicated pregnancy in locations with well-trained midwives and good health system. So we have two models of midwifery-led care. There is a team midwifery, and we have case load midwifery. Team midwifery, it provides continuity of care to a defined group of women through a team of midwives, shared a caseload, often called team midwifery. Thus, a woman will receive her care from a number of midwives in the team, and the size of which can vary. The caseload midwifery, it's different because it will give continuity over time by ensuring that women will receive her antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal care from one midwife or another midwife in the team. So it's more concentrated on the number of midwife or less midwifery in the team of midwifery. We have other models of care for antenatal, postnatal, and labor, which is obstetrician provided care, family physician provided care, or shared models of care. In Saudi Arabia, we mainly have the obstetrician or shared models of care, where in obstetrician, the primary provider of antenatal care is the obstetrician, not necessarily the one who provides antenatal care is present at the birth. So there is difference between who is going to do the antenatal care and conducting the birth. In the shared model of care, responsibility of the organization and delivery of care throughout initial booking to the postnatal period is shared between different healthcare professionals. So the responsibility is shared between many professionals. In family physician, it's also not available in Saudi Arabia because family physicians are not conducting birth unless there is some places they do, but it's not common that family physician will present at birth. So what is the benefit and difference between the medical model of birth and midwifery social model of birth? For the medical model, it's provider-centered. Birth is a medical problem, mind, body separate. So medical intervention are necessary, routine care, time restriction, baby is separate patient. Where in midwifery model of care, the woman-centered, it's woman-centered, birth is normal, physiological, biosocial process, an important life event. Observation dependent, time is irrelevant, and mother and baby is one unit. So what is the evidence in terms of midwife-led care? Compared to other model of care, which is the obstetrician, shared model, or family physician, according to a study published in the Cochrane Library, maternity care that involves a midwife as a main care provider has significant number of benefits and leads to several positive outcomes with no adverse effect for both mothers and their baby. The woman will be less likely to have an epidural, episiotomy, or instrumental birth. Women will have a chance for spontaneous vaginal birth and increase, and there is no difference in the rate of cesarean section. Women are less likely to experience preterm birth, and they are also at a lower risk of their baby dying before 24 weeks gestation. Women who receive midwife-led care are nearly 8 times more likely to be attended at birth by a non-midwife, that the midwife had her antenatal care, so she knows her during birth, and she will not have a different midwife. For midwifery-led maternity care is shown to be safe for women with low risk during pregnancy. So this is the finding from the study, women of experience of care. They are satisfied in various aspects of care, appear to be higher in the midwife-led compared to other model of care. The woman attended by a non-midwife reported higher rating of maternal satisfaction with information, advice, explanation, place of birth, preparation for labor and birth, choice for pain relief, and feeling in control. So this is also a new study or a report by the International Confederation of Midwives and United Nations and WHO. It's the World Midwifery Report showed that midwife, when they are educated, licensed, fully integrated in and supported by interdisciplinary team and in enabling environment, can deliver 90% of essential sexual, reproductive, maternal, and newborn adolescent health intervention across the life course, and can provide wide range of clinical intervention and contribute to broader health goals such as advancing primary health care, addressing sexual and reproductive rights, promoting self-care intervention, and empowering women. So this is an example of midwife-led unit where midwifery model of care is being integrated into existing health system to transform maternal health around the world. So what is the recommendation to have an intrapartum care for positive childbirth experience? This is the latest WHO recommendation, which recommend continuity of care, which is a midwife-led continuity of care models in which a known midwife or small group of midwives support a woman through antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal continuum are recommended for pregnant women in setting with well-functioning midwifery program. So what is the Vision 2030 for Saudi Arabia and the midwifery model of care? The Saudi Ministry of Health initiated a new model which shifts the focus from curative to preventive care. System of care will operate less in hospital and more in people's home and communities. So the future vision to have midwifery-led continuity of maternity care as standard, low-risk women will receive all their antenatal care by physician or midwife, and low-risk birth can take place at home, birth center, or hospital. I know this is very ambitious, but this is the Vision 2030, and it's well documented in the model of care. So can we apply this? We need to know how many midwives in Saudi Arabia to start and see if this is applicable or not. So the total number of midwives in 2020 was 4,503. Most of them working in private sector, which composed 2,313, 35% in the MOH and 13% in other governmental hospitals, military and other hospitals. And from these midwives, we have only 27% midwives are Saudis. Okay, so this is the midwifery staff shortage in Saudi Arabia. If we compare the number of midwives to the number of labor or birth, normal and cesarean section birth, we have in Saudi Arabia 67% of births are normal and 30% cesarean section and 3% abnormal birth, which include breech and vacuum and forceps. So the total number of births in 2020 was almost 500,000, and the total number of midwives 4,500. And if we divide this to see how many midwives for each birth, we have one midwife for 117 births. The total needed number of midwives is 17,866. So we have a total midwifery shortage of 13,363 midwives in Saudi Arabia to cover or provide one midwife to 29.5 births. Okay, and this is in the Ministry of Health. The number of midwives is 1,500, and the total midwifery shortage is 5,600 in MOH. So to talk about our midwifery MOH midwifery achievement between 2019 2020, we reformed the midwifery workforce with the support of regional midwifery coordinator, and we collected all the midwifery staff and verify their number with the Saudi Commission for Health Specialty number, license number. And we have done the guidebook for midwives, which include scope of midwifery practice, competency for midwifery practice, midwifery job description and privilege for midwives, and finally code of ethics for midwives. And we did a lot of infographics and TOT for midwives. And this is the latest achievement that we have finished the midwifery unit. I don't know if you can see it or not. Midwifery unit advisory committee, which was generated or initiated on February 2021 by under Dr. Tarif, Deputy Minister for Curative Services, with the support of Dr. Mohammed Al-Ghamdi, General Director of Nursing Affairs, and these are the committee members. So our aim was to finalize the midwifery unit standard, which include the midwifery clinics, birth center, home birth, and update the companions policy and obstetric and gynecology department. So tomorrow you will receive email about all these standards, and it's available on the website of the Ministry of Health. And just to give you a brief, because I know I'm exceeding my time limit, the midwifery unit, we have 29 standards for the midwifery clinic. The midwife can have 3 scope of service, antenatal, postnatal care, sexual reproductive health, basic women's health. And then midwifery-led birth center have 28 standard. Birth center can be inside the hospital or outside the hospital as a freestanding. Home birth, 25 standard, but these all need to be distributed, and a lot of policy should be done after based on this standards. And this is our project in the Ministry of Health to initiate the midwifery clinic in all primary health care. So after this standard is published, we will make the infographic and workshop TOT for midwives, and then to do field visit to see how these clinic or midwifery clinic are done. So our recommendation is policymakers should consider the importance of midwives in improving maternity care and how financing of midwife-led service can be reviewed to support this. So in countries where women don't have access to midwife-led care, are encouraged to advocate for the development of such models in their countries together with women and other stakeholders. In countries where midwifery-led model of care exists, are encouraged to work with women and other stakeholders to further develop and maintain this model of care. So there is an ICM position statement that says, ICM believes that midwifery-led care is the most appropriate model of care for childbearing women. It provides safe, high-quality care and is associated with more efficient use of resources and improved outcome. So in conclusion, midwife-led care delivers positive pregnancy and birth outcomes. Every woman needs a midwife, and some women needs a physician too. Most women should be offered midwife-led model of care, and women should be encouraged to ask for their option, although caution should be exercised in applying this advice to women with substantial medical or obstetric complications. So we need to act now for safe and respectful childbirth, and this is my reference, and thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Excellent presentation. I think not only midwives, because I delivered my 2 babies myself. So every man should know that. Thank you very much. The next presentation. We have the next presenter will be Dr. Aisha Al-Mahri. She will be presenting to us virtually. Dr. Mahri is the Group Chief Nursing Officer at Abu Dhabi Health Services Company, SAHA. SAHA is an independent joint stock company that owns and operates all public hospitals and clinics across the Emirates. She is the president of the Emirate Nurses Association. She is also committed in enhancing and empowering the field of nursing in the UAE. Within her role, she has contributed to promoting the attractiveness of nursing profession to Emiratis. Her contribution to nursing has really helped in reforming the nursing profession in the UAE, and her commitment to high quality nursing care and solid nursing profession has been the main driver of her career as a leader in the UAE and the Middle East. She has more than 25 years of professional experience in healthcare management with various leadership roles. And Dr. Aisha, furthermore, she has led several employee engagement initiatives in parallel with safeguarding the quality, integration, and high level of care delivered to our patients. She contributed in an advisory role in strategic planning in healthcare services as well. So welcome, Dr. Aisha, and we're really glad to have her. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's really my pleasure to be part of this platform and to be part as a speaker with this prestigious conference, and I wish all the success for the Saudi Nursing Association. We're going to talk today about the enhancing capacity in nursing. and we'll share with you some of the lesson learned that we had here in my institution. And I believe that the building the capacity of nursing is the primary goal for any nursing leadership when we talk about really having a high caliber nursing workforce. And that came due to the demand and the expectation from the higher management as well, where the nurses are really the key driver for the improvement plan in any clinical setting. One of the things that really we wanted to understand that what is a meaning of the building capacity, and it's been mentioned in many of the articles that it's promoting an environment that increases the potential of individuals, organizations, and communities to receive and process knowledge and skills, as well as to become qualified in planning, developing, implementing, and sustaining health-related activities according to changing or emerging needs. There is another also a very interesting kind of definition that it's really identifying that it's an essential process for the survival of any individual or organization. Capacity is thereby the sum of process, values, and climate within an organization. I think building capacity of nursing workforce really had been realized by globally by many of the nursing leadership, especially after what we went through the pandemic, and realizing that our nurses, existing nurses, and the future nurses are well ready for any challenge that it comes, unexpected challenge. And going back that what World Health Organization actually defined the capacity it's building as the development of knowledge, skills, commitment, structure, system, and leadership to enable effective health promotion. So there are three elements that we need really to look on building the capacity of an individual that will help to build the capacity of the organization that will impact for the community outcome. And this slide actually it really figure out that there are two types of model that really we have to integrate between the individual model and the organizational model. And it comes if we talk about the individual model. So if I talk about the nursing frontliners and I would like really to build their capacity, it will be a kind of an enabling them with the new capabilities by three domain: attitude, skill, and knowledge. However, if I will look into the reflecting that, if I build the individual, build capacity into the organization, then that it will be translated into the organizational model by having the three elements: the strategy and culture, methodology and tool, and the process. So if I talk about the attitude, I need to reflect the attitude of the nurse by translating the strategy culture of that organization. If I talk about building the skills of that nurse, then I need really to look onto the methodology. What are the methodology that I need really to drive it for these nurses to build their skills? And if I talk about the knowledge, then where I really look to the process. So what type of process and how I should do it for them. What are the how we are gonna measure that? There are different way of approaches, and these are the different areas that I need to measure. Let me take you an example with the approach. If I'll build the capacity from the top-down organizational approach, then yes, these are the areas that I need to measure: the policy development, resource allocation, organizational implementation, and sanctions, incentives for the compliance. If it is opposite than that, if it is bottom-up organizational approach, then I need to look onto the workforce, staff skills, and ideas generated and implemented. If it is not a one-way approach, either top-down or bottom-up, then it's a kind of a partnership approach. If it is a kind of a partnership approach, then the measurement areas that I need to look on: the community activation, collaboration, and information sharing between organization, and reorienting of services and programs provided by individual organizations. However, that it should really come under the bigger umbrella, which is the community organizing approach, where here I need really to make sure the involvement of the key community leaders. And if I talk about the community leaders, then yes, I need to involve the regulator, the governor, the operation as a stakeholders in addition of the frontliner. Well, what's happened in the COVID-19 pandemic? So that during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, nurse leaders' priority was to create a healthcare service delivery plan that will address the impending surge of patient volume and possible workforce shortages. And thus identify strategies that were implemented in order for nurse leaders to address this concern by reviewing the competencies, mapping out the redeployment pathways, preparing the nurses and other health professionals for redeployment as needed, and creating a collaborative care team model. In addition to that, McCann's identified that there are 3 key areas that have implication for building research and development capacity in the discipline of nursing and midwifery. And this is well identified during actually the COVID-19. A strong and visible leadership, research expertise that enable the nursing profession to deliver research programs, increased capacity of individuals and organizations to engage in development activities. What will be the goal of enhancing the capacity? As simple as it is, in one word, I really wanted to make sure that the nursing workforce are up to the expectation and up to the standard of care delivered safe to our patients and our community. And in order to have that competent nursing workforce, I need to enable the surrounding tools around them, the education, their knowledge, and the process that need to be delivered to them. And this is again reiterating what I mentioned before, but in addition to the education and training program, the specialty training is an important element, mentorship program, professional development opportunities, and we talk here about the in-house and service education activities, and to support on postgraduate education. Now, what actually we are having in Saha as an Abu Dhabi Health Service company, who are providing almost like the 2/3 of the healthcare sectors within the country, and where we are really looking into developing and making sure that our plans regarding building the capacity of the nursing workforce is adequate. So there are dedicated initiatives and programs that focused on related to the target population and related to their scope of service. Charge nurse development program, preceptorship development program, mentorship development program. And there is another program dedicated only for the nurse educator and clinical resource nurse to help them and enable them with the adequate tool in order that they are the key drive for building the knowledge of the nurses. Nurse internship and return to practice program, and this is primarily for the graduate from the bachelor degree nurses, and in addition of the nurses who are having a gap of practice more than 5 years, and they would like really to be enrolled into the service again. Career development and succession planning, and that's really towards existing for our new graduate nurses who are and a full-time employee within the organization. Specialty upskilling program, training and development program, and research and evidence-based practice initiatives. Saha strengthening the Emiratization drive by building the capacity for senior positions, and this is one of the main drive and element that we are really looking for, especially when we are talking about Emiratizing or supporting nationalization of the nursing workforce. And actually the program seeks to actively bolster the professional and personal development of UAE nationals to prepare them to assume strategic position in Saha, either at the level of the headquarters or at the level of the hospitals for the next 4 years. In 2011, the organization partnered with INSEAD, and this is a high caliber institution that prepared them for the leading role at the different government sector, to offer training courses for senior management and to help them keep abreast for the latest practices and leadership and managerial skills through a rigorous program for workshops and lectures. That's just in a summary, and the final, if we talk about building capacity of the nursing workforce, and here again, I just would like to conclude: education, 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 and training. We need really to make sure that the nurses are well educated with the proper required postgraduate education for them. And even if we talk about the bachelor degree with the embedded curriculum, that it's really delivered to our nurses. And then once we take the graduates or even the novice nurses, to make sure that our in-house and the training programs will help to enable them to be experienced and expert nurses in their career path. That's from my side, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. That was on time. Excellent presentation. I think it looks like what we're doing here in Saudi, they're also doing the same in the UAE. And from all indications in the future, inshallah, the Middle East will not import nurses, but they will export them. Because we have more rigorous programs here than in the West. Alhamdulillah. Well done. Our next presenter, alhamdulillah, we're on time, even before time. Our next presenter is Dr. Ziad Naqshbandi. Dr. Ziad obtained his medical degree from the College of Medicine, King Saud University. And after graduating, he undergone clinical training at Prince Sultan Military Medical City and specialized in urology. He earned his specialty certificate through the Saudi Commission. And in addition, he earned his Saudi board also certification in 2000. After that, Dr. Ziad concluded a 3-year clinical fellowship in pediatric urology at Tufts Medical Center, Boston, Massachusetts, where he has also been certified as a urologist and pediatric urologist in 2003. He later served as head of pediatric urology from 2005 to 2015 at Prince Sultan Medical Military City. At the same time, he also served as chairman of both the Pediatric Urology Scientific Committee from 2010 to 2014 and the Scientific Board of Urology from 2014 to 2016 at the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. From 2016 to 2019, Dr. Ziad served as the Chief Academic Officer in the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. In 2020, he was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Health Workforce Planning at the same National Saudi Commission for Health Specialties, a position he has held since 2019. We welcome Dr. Ziad. Thank you.
السلام عليكم جميعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you and thank the scientific committee and the organizing committee of the Saudi Nurses Association for this kind invitation, and I'm very humbled to be with you today. Hopefully I'm going to address something that's going to be touching not only the nursing specialty, but it's going to touch all the health specialties in the kingdom. And I'm going to speak to this from a strategic perspective, from the position that I'm holding at the moment as a Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Health Workforce Planning. So probably I'm going to touch point on 4 subjects today. I'm going to give you some sort of hints about the health transformation that we're undergoing now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Some points on the current assessment of all health specialties, particularly the nursing specialties. How are we going to be able to create some sort of value from the experiences that we're undergoing, and what are the future that we're looking for? So The Center for Workforce Planning plays a role to mitigate between the Saudi Commission and the health sector transformation, and trying to align all of our gears together towards where are we moving towards 2030. So addressing all the objectives that the transformation need to achieve, and we're playing a role from a health workforce perspectives. I want to start by showing this diagram that we always go through, not only in nursing specialty, but any specialty related to health field, which is whenever we want to decide or project for the future, we get into the dilemma of how much and how many we're going to need from certain specialties for the future. And we start the process not based on a very scientific based approach, and we end up by having multiple sort of projections for the future. So just to give you a hint, we want to align always our gears towards the 2030 vision. The center is anchored towards the vibrant society pillar of transformation. And we're working very closely with the health sector transformation, which is addressing about 8 pillars pertaining to transformation. One of them is the workforce and education. So the center is linked with the health sector transformation and the Vision 2030 from that perspective. We're trying to focus our attention on 3 main goals: to have a data-driven health workforce capacity planning, build health workforce capabilities, and enable the health human capital development. So the health workforce planning, whenever we speak about it from a strategic point of view, it involved the development of data-driven and evidence-based plans, policies, and strategies that address human resources needs of the health system. In particular, the health transformation, such as shifting to a value-based healthcare, which is we're all going through. And whenever we speak about the value-based healthcare, we want to improve our benefits and minimize our resources as much as possible. So I can summarize the objective of this health transformation into these 5 main points: to have a balance between the supply and the demand, improve the quality, productivity, and impact of the health workforce through robust education and training, to monitor and forecast changes in health workforce by strengthening and the use of data and advanced technologies. The 4th would be to build institutional capacity to lead policy decisions on health workforce planning. And finally, to align with health sector transformation needs. So if we go and probably address the challenges and the gaps that we're facing currently in the system. And I think this is very important always to keep in mind. So the gaps is what we learned over years, and the challenges what we are anticipating to face as we go through on this transformation. So these are the 5 main gaps that we managed to identify in the system. First of all, the governance, data and intelligence, capacity planning, capability building, and the workforce policy and strategy. And I believe the previous presentation was focused on to how we're going to be able to address these challenges, especially from capacity planning and capability building. And if we're looking towards the future, we have determined about 8 challenges that we need always to keep in mind, not only in nursing specialty, but pertaining to all health, both practitioners and non-practitioners who's going to serve the ecosystem of health. The first one would be the demographic changes and burden of disease. As we know that we're going through ever-changing environment, and I think the pandemic was one of the lessons and the experiences that we went through. The second is the rapid technological advancement. And we know that tomorrow's world is going to be different than what we're facing today, and it's going to be different than what we faced a couple of years ago. The changing workforce roles, and I think my previous presenter presented that, and we need to see where should we put our gears in, especially if we're planning for the future. We want to make sure that we are addressing a unified vision towards the future. We want to make sure that we have a quality and availability of workforce data, because unless you have something which is validated and authentic in your hand, you cannot predict for the future. We want to always make sure that we address the shortages and maldistribution of health workforce. We want to make sure that we have the quality of skill set and mix. So we're not now depending on one specialty. We want to make sure that we have the minimum competencies between different specialties and how these specialties work together with the presence of a very important kind of input from our nursing colleagues. And finally, we want to make sure that we have a stakeholder alignment and coordination to address these challenges. So I think these in general highlights what are the challenges that we're going to face tomorrow in tomorrow's world. And I think whenever we address this, we want to make sure that we understand who are the beneficiaries of the work that we're going to do from a strategic perspective or strategic planning. So we have segregated this into main 4 categories: the policymakers, the health workforce individuals, the health-related entities, and education and training entities. And I think at the center of this lies our patients, communities, societies, and whoever going to benefit from this health transformation. So whenever we do a sort of a strategic planning, all of these entities need to be articulated in our mind in order to have a better transformation. This is, I'm sorry, it's a bit busy slide, but I want you to focus on the dimensions in the middle. And I think if we are gonna write the strategy for tomorrow, for nursing specialty, for example, and consider all other specialties, we ought to focus on correcting the current situation to where we anticipate in the future we're going to be. First of all, we need to make sure that all the work that we're doing is aligned with the Vision 2030. So that's something that we need always to keep in mind. And that's why we need always to address and understand where is the Vision 2030 guiding us from health perspective. The second is that we need to make sure that the health workforce planning is governed by one entity, so that at least whenever we plan for the future, we want to make sure that we are all geared towards the same kind of goal. The third thing is that we should have our stakeholder engagement from every entity. So we're not speaking about one entity. We should have every sectors involved in health and education and training and the private sectors working together on an aligned goal. We want to make sure that we invest in data and research, because wherever we're going to make any decision for the future, we need to base it on evidence-based research. We should have forecasting models, because if we're planning for the future from capacity and capability building, and I'm going to give you what we went through the pandemic, I'm sorry. One of the tools that we utilize is that to have a sort of a forecasting tool for the futures. And that will be true when we are planning for our workforce. We want to make sure that we rely on policies that will enable the human capital as we move through on the transformation. And we want to address and make sure that all the organizations are aligned. And I think, as you can see, there's a lot of challenges that we need to address today. And where are we seeing this happening from those dimensions in the future? So I think the value that we're proposing today, we should rely on a timely evidence-based information. We should focus on research applying advanced analytics with global best practices. So we need to understand the system and the trends and skills that we're going through. And we need to address this from a holistic and innovative approach, so that at least we understand how is the health workforce planning need to be geared for tomorrow. I'm just going to probably conclude by showing you some of the work that we're doing at the moment. And hopefully we're going to have this platform live very soon. We worked with different partners who are going to be a key stakeholders from that going to be engaged with us in developing a sort of a dynamic platform that will incorporate the demand side, the supply side, enhanced with all the epidemiological and demographic data of the kingdom. And this is, a real work that hopefully a lot of you will see very soon. So if we focus on this part of the kingdom, you're going to be able to see a live data pertaining to the population's demographics. And this is linked to the national statistics for health in the kingdom. In addition, if you linked to any of the regions, 13 regions in the kingdom, you will be able to segregate all kind of information pertaining to that region from a specialty perspective. So for example, if we addressing nursing and midwifery, we'll be able to determine exactly what's the contributing workforce in that region in the kingdom as a live data, which is going to be something transformational. Not only that, this platform will enable us to forecast for the future. So it has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence tool where you're going to be able to set your target for the future, and it will calculate for you when the demand should meet the supply, which is something that we've been always working for to achieve. And since you're going to have a platform where all the parties who are related to workforce planning going to be engaged together on a live, dynamic, available data for everybody to plan for the future, which is going to be something very, very tremendous. And I'm sure that a lot of people will gain from this. Not only that, we took it further. You can see here the map of the world. If we hit on it, you will be able to determine all the workforce that comes from certain areas in the world with all their qualification, their turnover, their age population, their gender. So all kind of information that will help you and give you some sort of planning for the future in case that you want to work to seal the gap between supply and demand. At the same time, it will give you a sort of a holistic view about all kind of practitioners in the system, not only from a nursing perspective, but also from medicine, surgery, dentistry, pharmacy, allied health workers, and in the future also non-clinical practitioners who are working in the system. So I think such a tool will be some sort of an example that the center is working actively at the moment to deliver for everybody to gain from it. So I want to conclude by saying that hopefully we want to move from an area where we can be reactive, guessing on what's going to be tomorrow's need, to something which is going to be reliable on data, researched, evidence-based information, where policymakers, practitioners, educational system, organization, and at the end, the society can make a better decision for the future. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity. I hope in this brief minutes, I managed to address for you the gaps and the challenges that we're going through and how this can be addressed for the future. Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman, and the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Ziad. You know, one of the things Saudi is very lucky of, and maybe many people don't know, young population. Secondly, the best utilization of digital technology. What doctor has put in here, I haven't even seen it in the UK, believe me. And that's why it's an excellent opportunity for us today to ask questions. He is here, I have a lot of questions. Midwifery is here, I have questions. So the next, we'll call our presenters, please, to come onto the podium. Audience might have questions. If they don't have, I have. Dr. Roa, Dr. Ziad, please. Any questions for our presenters? I think there's one there. Can we give her the microphone? She's over there.
Hello? Okay, I'm the Group Chief Nursing Officer at the Saudi German Hospital. The question that I have for you, first of all, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very beneficial. And I so much was impressed by the platform that you are planning to have for the workforce of all healthcare providers. Is there a plan to have another platform where the nursing indicators are also going to be benchmarked, looked at the national level? This is the question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your great question. I think I just show you some sort of glimpse about the capability of this platform. There are about 500 behind the scenes work that support this platform. One of them is dedicated towards education and training. So you're going to be able, from a supply side and capability point of view, to determine what sort of qualification. As you know, I mean, the first thing that we're working for is to set the demand for the future. So you need to have a clear goal. Where are you heading? What are the minimal demand and need that you need for the future? If you have a live data about the supply, the first thing that you're going to do is to determine what's the gap between the demand and supply. So that's one thing. When we move to the capability point of view, as you know, I think a couple of presentations touched bases on this. We're speaking from high school all the way to the market. So we need to make sure that we're addressing the undergraduate level. We need to make sure that we address the postgraduate level, the task shifting, which is something that we're going through nowadays with dental assistants, nurse assistant, and also the leadership capability of the professionals working in certain tracks. So all of these information, we do have some sort of background on it. So if you're going to look to the national or even the international arena where we have a human capital serving the ecosystem of health in the kingdom, you will be able to determine that. So once we determine the gap, we determine what sort of capability we need to build. Now we come to the third part, which how we're going to be able to enable the human capital to seal the gap between the supply and demand. And this is working through strong collaboration and engagement of important policymakers, stakeholders. I'm sure that there is a lot of challenges when you address the nursing specialties, which is not comparable to other health specialties that need to be tailored to them particularly. And in order for us to overcome these challenges, we need to make sure that our policymakers do understand the challenges and we address it with them. So I hope I answered you. I give you just some sort of a glimpse about what we're doing, but there's a lot of background activity going on there. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was a bit lengthy. I'm sorry.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Ziad, Dr. Ran, Dr. Aisha for this nice presentation. I can't say more, but for Dr. Ziad, the platform looks even interesting for us as a CNO. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer of Military Medical City in Riyadh. When we're gonna see this live and how this platform gonna be accessible for, because in a nurse in a hospital level, we see ourselves as a leaders as well in a hospital level. So how this platform can help nursing or help the stakeholders, for example, at MSD level, which is Ministry of Defense, for example, where any contribution from nursing sides in this platform, or even in other governmental hospital are involved in these platforms, because that's only my question, or I want you to elaborate more if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleasure to have you as a colleague with me, for the past couple of years. I'm sure we've met and we've worked together.
Times.
The platform, the good news is it's going to be launched very soon. So I'm anticipating a couple of weeks from today, we're going to have it live and active. Of course, the level of accessibility need to be determined by policymakers, but we're hoping that most of the general population will be available to everybody, and the information pertaining to policymaking and strategic planning will be developed, available for certain key people who are going to probably work on the national strategy for workforce. But the good news is that now we do have a platform where the major stakeholder players are engaged in it actively. So we're speaking about the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Human Resources, the Saudi Commission database, the Ministry of Health database, which is all integrated together on a lively kind of information. And hopefully, once we have this, we can designate it to certain specialties. So for example, nursing will have a special kind of accessibility through it. And I'm sure Dr. Muhammad Al-Ghamdi is aware, and I think Dr. Roy is with me in one of the national committees, which is linked to the Saudi Health Council, that addresses the nurse challenges in the kingdom, will have an access to that platform as well. So the good news is it's going to be launched very, very soon, inshallah.
Thank you. Question from Dr. Abdullah. Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Ziad, Dr. Roa, for this interesting topic. I have one question is correlated for all of you, since it's about workforce and midwifery. Dr. Roa, what we can do now to fill the gap? Ministry of Health, you mentioned that you need almost like over 800 staff. Is this first considering the increase in the population to 2030, what this number is going to be, or this is the fixed number considered? What's the other academy level they can do, or the Saudi Commission they could do to fill the gap? Second question for Dr. Ziad, you mentioned now for Mr. Turki that you have shared this platform with human resources. I wish this platform as well will be shared with the finance of ministry, because it is there to link the budget, and they have all the style in the ratio, like each bid is 2.5 staff. I don't know it. A lot of researches, a lot of the work dynamic has been changed, while most of the hospital is struggling with the budgeting issue regarding this manpower.
Thank you for your question. To fill the gap, of course, we need to increase the number of colleges that provide midwifery education. Currently in Saudi, we have master degree of midwifery and postgraduate diploma of midwifery from the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties, and the master in almost 4 universities. But the number, as you see, it's very high. We need 13,000 midwives in Saudi Arabia. Depends on the number of birth. And if we increase the ratio or the number of births, we will need more midwives, of course. And to address this issue, it's to start Bachelor of Midwifery in most of all of our university, to increase that number by 2030. So there is initiation in Princess Noura University that they started last year for bachelor degree or direct entry midwifery program, and King Saud University in Riyadh. And now the movement is to encourage all universities to start this program. Yeah, that's it.
Probably I'm going to follow up on Dr. Roa's point. I think it's very important now we do have a sort of a national strategy of where we're heading from a nursing perspective and midwifery perspective. So we need to put a sort of a dimension or a ratio of what's the needed demand or need for the future. We can base it, of course, on an average kind of a ratio per population, but we need always to capture all the demographics, all the changes that's happening in the kingdom, taking in consideration what also the health transformation will need to be addressed. And I think the second thing is that after we do this, we need always to learn and evaluate as we move on, because there are going to be some sort of new roles, some sort of new scope of care that we need to develop. And I think I stressed upon having the importance of team-based approach to health. We're not going to rely on one specialty, for example, the physicians, but we want to make sure that we do have a team-based approach to healthcare where everybody contribute from his perspective to have the value-based healthcare. So nurses, midwiferys, physicians, dentists, allied healthcare workers, and pharmacists need to work together. Not only that, and also non-health practitioners who are working in healthcare need also to be incorporated. So I think having a national healthcare strategy, putting a target for nursing is the starting point, relying on live data and reliable data, and then probably learn and evaluate as we move with all the changes that we might face. Hopefully, inshallah, we're not going to get another pandemic, but this was a very good experience and a lesson for us of how we're going to need to predict the future. Thank you.
Question for Dr. Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Fatma Sulami, Dean of Faculty of Nursing at Al-Qura University, member in the Professional Council for Nurses in Saudi Commission. My question is for Dr. Ziad about the platform. Does the platform consider the reallocation of resources as a factor and the density of population and patients ratio in regional hospitals? Because I think we as nurses face this as an issue, that most of the nurses shift or move the workforce toward capital cities. However, there are like major or big hospitals in the regional areas where they need specialized nurses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think this is a very important question. The hope is, yes, we're going to have this, Doctora. So not only where is Ziad in the system at the moment, where is Ziad is practicing, where is he is doing a part-time. Not only that, where is the area or the department that he's working in. So we're not going to address only the region, and we're not only going to address that sector or the governmental sector or private sector in that region, but we're going to go deeper into identifying the entity where the provision of care is being delivered and the criticality of that entity. Are we speaking about a critical care area? Are we speaking about an outpatient care area? So hopefully, if this developed in a very mature fashion, we're going to have that answer definitely in it. Thank you.
I think we had a very productive presentation with a lot of nice questions. I have got my question, but I'll send it to you, Doctor, because of time. We're going to present certificate to our great presenters, inshallah, by Dr. Ahmed, Professor Ahmed Abu Sheikh. The first certificate goes to Dr. Roa. Yes. The second one, she's not here with us, but we're grateful to her, goes to Dr. Aisha Al-Mahri from UAE.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was really my pleasure to be with you.
And the third certificate go to Dr. Ziad Naqshbandi. Thank you very much. And the third one goes to me. So the next session will be chaired by Dr. Abdullah Al-Damin, inshallah. My namesake. Welcome.
Bismillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. My name is Abdullah Demain. I'm going to be your moderator in next session. We're going to start it with Dr. Abbas Mtair, who's going to speaking about the structure empowerment and how does it have a vital role in the organization and health system empowerment. Before we started, let me introduce Dr. Abbas. Dr. Abbas Mtair is associate professor. He gained his PhD in medical nursing and health science from Monash University in Australia in 2014. He is editor and reviewer in many reputed journals. Currently, he is the editor-in-chief for Saudi Critical Care Journal. Dr. Abbas, as well as co-author of book chapters and published more than 100 research articles. He is the chairman of research and publication in committee in Saudi Nurse Association. As well, he is the currently is the director of research center and IRB chairman in Al Musa Specialist Hospital in Al Ahsa. Please welcome Dr. Abbas Mtair in the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted and very happy to be with you throughout this beautiful conference and beautiful gathering, a scientific gathering. One of the most important topics, actually, which is, if we'd like to align to with the Vision 2030, which is the employee empowerment and the workforce structure empowerment and factors in predicting the organizational commitment. This does not work. It doesn't move. All right, so this one. Okay, so I'm going to go through the empowerment and the what do we mean actually by the employee empowerment and the two types of the empowerment, which includes the organizational empowerment and psychological empowerment, internal and external. To simplify it, internal empowerment and external empowerment. Benefits of employee empowerment. How are the employees going to benefit from the empowerment and the level? The different. We've got like 3 levels of empowerment, and then I'm gonna touch base on a study or an experience of examining the workforce empowerment here in Saudi Arabia, and the relationship actually between the organizational empowerment and the workforce empowerment and the organization commitment here among healthcare providers here in Saudi Arabia. Now, actually, empowerment is defined as the ability to get things done, and includes a capacity to mobilize resources and provide support, opportunities, and information, and providing effective communication between the different levels of the administration and the management within the organization. So a leader or should have actually a sense of empowerment in order to empower others. Employees at the different levels of the organization needs to be empowered, and this has many benefits. And this empowerment includes, support. Support them at different levels, giving them an opportunity, information. Keeping an effective communication and active communication between the different levels of the organization or of the organization administration. And though we do have an organizational empowerment, which is an external. And then we do have a psychological empowerment, which is an internal within the employee themselves. So in terms of organizational empowerment, it's the advance actually in a current role or the opportunity to be involved in activities beyond the current scope of practice. So we do have a current
a scope of practice for each and every employee. So, but if we empower the employees, we give them a chance, or give them, we provide an opportunity for them to involve in different activities beyond this, scope of practice. So in terms of like access information to fulfill the role expectation, sharing information and effective communication between the different levels of the, the administration. And this will act actually or give an understanding of proper source for which, for example, to obtain the correct information within those in different levels. Knowledge of the job expectation, what do we expect from the employee, and support to fulfill this knowledge or any kind of knowledge, and the ability actually to obtain resources required to accomplish tasks. So in order for the employees to accomplish tasks, we do have to provide the available resources, and support in order to accomplish those tasks. And this is, we consider this as an organizational empowerment. I just would like to conclude it or summarize it. It's more like an external issues surrounding the empowerment of the employee. And then the internal empowerment, or this psychological empowerment, involves the motivational state where the employee feels self-efficacy. This is one. And also it is an emotional statement that the staff requires to be successful. So it's more, the psychological empowerment more concerns about the self-efficacy one, and the second one is the emotional investment of that staff. Well, the empowerment in general, has got so many benefits. We have seen it, we've read it in the literature. The more empowered the employees or the staff, the more they are satisfied. And also it reduces turnover. If they are not empowered, it increases the chances of burnout and turnover rates. It also, if not empowered, it decreases their trust in the organization. However, if they are empowered, they will feel like they are a member, an active member within the organization, which increases their trust within the organization and on themselves as well. For sure, they will perform better if they are empowered, and they share the power. If we share the power, or we share we share, effective communication and effective. We provide effective resources and facilities and information. They will be empowered, as well as the organization, can be empowered and grow as well. Some, at different level of the organization or administrations may feel uncomfortable actually giving up control, which can be threatened to some managers. That's why they want to empower others or those under their supervisions. And other managers may also want to share the power with some, they won't be able to share the power with some, they look, down them. They may look at them at superiority level, and that's why they won't be able to share, or they will not share the empowerment with them. And also some of the managers and those in the administration may fear being closed or losing their own place and a special privilege in the system. That's why, they feel threatened, they feel feared. That's why they, they don't share, what's with them. What do they have with the other employees? And there are, like in this slide, I'm going to go through the principles of employee empowerment, which includes shared goals and directions. The organization has goals and a direction. So if we share it with the employees, we do empower them. Share leadership vision. Each administration has to have a vision actually, and this is what we share actually with our employees. We trust people if we empower them. And we also provide information, as I mentioned earlier, in decision making. Let them make the decision by themselves. And we also delegate authority if we empower, or we provide like a frequent feedback. Which, if we sum up this, we can tell that, or we can say that we might be able to provide leaders as well, solve problems. And instead of me doing everything as a leader, I can just share with the employees and let them solve the problem by themselves. A sense of empowerment is a sense of rewarded and recognition by the leader also, and a listen to learn and ask questions to provide guidance as a leader and demonstrate that you value people. I mean, when you empower them, when you share information, when you keep like an effective communication with the employees, you give a message actually that you value those people. Nursing, at the level of the nursing, if we empower, for example, a chair nurse does not feel empowered, she or he cannot be expected to create conditions that will empower others. As a chair nurse who looks after, like a team of nurses, if they are not empowered by the others, I mean, those at the top administration, they will not be able to share also the empowerment with those under them. So it's a continuous process actually at the different levels of the administration. Well, if not empowered, this is what will happen actually. They will rely heavily on the top administration level. So everything will go back to the top administration level, more like a centralization. And also employees may avoid crucial conversations in their unit. And instead of solving the problems, they will just avoid those sort of conversations, and they will refer it back to the top administration. Also, the decision making should be done actually in a shared way or method. So decisions will be made without considering their impact on a hospital as a whole, and they will not be part, or they will not feel as a part of that organization. Well, there are actually different levels of empowerment. The first one is encouraging, which starts from the bottom actually, encouraging which employees to play a more active role in their work, which includes improving service delivery, innovating continuously, and increasing productivity. And then, if we go up, involvement, which is the other, the upper level of the empowerment and the leadership, which involvement of the employees in taking responsibility for improving the way that things are done. And then if we move forward, to the top level of the empowerment, which is enabling, where we enable employees to make more and bigger decisions without having to refer to someone else. So it starts with encouraging, and then it goes up to involving those employees, and then to enable them to take to be more active in taking the decisions without having to refer them to someone from the top management. As a reflection of an experience here in Saudi Arabia, we studied actually, or we examined the workforce empowerment and the organization, the relationship between the workforce empowerment and the organization commitment among employees here in Saudi Arabia. And there was, a problem where we had a shortage, and a high shortage and turnover, and high level of burnout, and high level of dissatisfaction. And also there is like a limit on the literature about the work empowerment, here in the healthcare sector in Saudi Arabia, and lack of organizational support and disengagement and withdrawal. And also there is an argument on the importance of examining the phenomena of nurse empowerment and organizational commitment to understand the problem and improve the retention. So we came up with like different aims. We wanted to study and examine the workforce or the workplace structural empowerment factors, which predict the organizational commitment, all right, among healthcare providers, and to determine the nature of the relationship between the workforce empowerment and the organizational commitments among healthcare providers here in Saudi Arabia. And this was like the theoretical framework, which included the structural empowerment and has like sub-dimensions under it. We included opportunity, resources, information, formal and informal power, and the psychological empowerment, which included meaning, competence, self-determination, and impact. And then, you know, the organizational commitment, which included also the effective commitment, normative commitment and continuous commitment. And we started, and we wanted to study, you know, the nature of the relationship between these two among the healthcare providers. 5 minutes. All right. So this is a correlation non-interventional study. We used a scale, and we gathered the data from like 914 healthcare providers, including nurses. And here's the, the scales that use the socio-demographic and the psychological environment scale and the three-component commitment scale. The vast majority of the data were gathered from nurses. We wanted to learn about the nature of the relationship between the two, the workforce and the commitment, and how does the workforce and commitment interrelate with each other. So we did like a machine learning in order to learn the nature of the relationship, how the opportunities, support, and information. I mean, if we provide opportunity and support and information and resources, I mean, we provide resources and work setting, how does that affect the effective commitment? I mean, are those employees are going to be committed to the place or the organization they work? Will they have a loyalty? Will they have a normative commitment towards the organization? So yes, the machine learning actually indicated that the more resources we provide, the more work setting, effective work setting, opportunities that we provide to those, in terms of development opportunities, research, opportunities, support. The more support we provide and the more information, we keep like an effective communication and open communication between the different levels of the healthcare providers or the administration. This will result in a organizational commitments towards the same organization that they work among those healthcare providers. We have also found that the Saudi were empowered more than non-Saudi, and the Arab also, had a commitment more towards, were empowered more towards the organization, and therefore they have more commitment towards the organization. Here are some of the findings as well. The descriptive findings of the conditioner of work effectiveness and the organizational commitment, and the sub-scales or the sub-dimensions below them. It also indicated that there is a correlation coefficient, a strong positive correlation between the work condition effectiveness, which is the workforce empowerment, and the organizational commitment. The more the employee is empowered, the more he will be or she will be committed to the organization that they work in. So in conclusion, the longer the retention of employees, the more they are committed. And also findings from this study showed that there is a positive relationship between the workforce empowerment and the organizational commitment. So nationality, where Saudis, for example, and Arab, and the age of the employee will affect the level of the empowerment and the organization commitment as well. These findings may indicate or give an indication of the need for further investigation. I think we need to study this further and further, utilizing different resources. And we've come to conclude also that empowered and committed employees results in empowered of job satisfaction and self-retention, decrease the burnout level among the healthcare providers as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abbas, for this formative presentation. Our next presentation is interested topic. If ask any one from you, either leader or a staff nurse, and ask him what the most concerning issue, most likely the answer will be the nursing shortage. Our next topic is Dr. or Ms. Fatma Swedi is going to share her experience of improving the shortage of staffing through optimizing the use of staff nurses in the outpatient department. Before she started, just allow me to introduce her. Ms. Fatma Swedi is the registered nurse and hold master degree in public health from Arcadia University in Philadelphia. Her dedication and commitment was recognized by awarding her the Molly Haas Valentine Award. Hopefully I pronounce it very well. In 2018, Ms. Fatma is certified in quality and patient safety and Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. This enables her to leading the nurse quality while joining the military hospital ODHS as a part-time in quality and patient safety in all the military hospital in the periphery of the kingdom. Ms. Fatma has over than 15 years of experience, and currently she is the director of nursing in Al Hada Armed Force Hospital in Taif. Please welcome Ms. Fatma.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I think I'm the most awaiting person for today, so you can conclude the amazing day. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I'll be speaking about the nursing staff optimization as a way to combat the staffing shortage. I will then reflect on a real successful experience from one of our armed forces hospitals. This picture of the overwhelmed nurse right there is a picture that we all observed, especially during the pandemic, when COVID-19 has highlighted the shortage of nurses. And I want you to remember this picture because at the end of my presentation, we would like to see how we want this posture of this nurse and the rest of our dear colleague nurses to be through the optimization. The global nursing shortage is a well-recognized issue. The pandemic has highlighted gap in healthcare workforce, especially or mainly shortage of nurses. The World Health Organization has announced that due to current crisis of the pandemic, 6 million nurses will be required to fulfill the healthcare standard, and each and every country need to increase their strength in nurses number, and that will be only possible by investing more on finance and the profession of nursing. For several decades, researchers have reported the association between staffing and outcome of hospital care. So the National Patient Safety Agency recorded more than 30,000 patient safety incidents related to staffing problem in 1 year. And that includes near misses, harmful incident, non-harmful incident, or what we call adverse events. The nursing staffing living also make a difference to patient outcomes with regard to mortality, patient experience, and staff satisfaction. Hospitals across the globe try to combat shortage in many ways, including more proactive with staff management. By putting emphasis in critical thinking, strategic planning, and risk management, rather than focusing or reacting to a situation. So leaders here focus more on planning. Another strategy is better staff planning. And to me, if you are a proactive leader, then you will end up by having a better staff planning. because during proactive management, you begin by decision making, or you begin by making judgment about what would be coming for your organization and how would you be better prepared and make changes that bring about future success. Another strategy that I am very passionate about is the proper placement of nurses based on the skill mix, which lead to optimizing the nurses' number and skills. Before thinking of the optimization and how the skill mix decisions are being made, it is important to have a clear and possible reason on why you need to review your skill mix. The aim of this is to really provide healthcare services in the most efficient and effective way possible. And I mentioned in my previous slides, if you remember, the announcement of the World Health Organization that countries has to invest more on the finance toward the profession of nursing. But since we know that staffing costs account for 60 to 80% of the operation cost, this by itself is a constraint for hospitals to improve the staffing or to put cost or more finance in staffing. So it is very critical that we determine the right combination and the right skills of the nurses for a successful and efficient healthcare delivery. So in this table, these are the driver or factors for optimization or skill mix. And if you can notice, more like healthcare units can meet more than one of these factors and have a combined challenge for you to start planning your skill mix in your areas. Okay, so if skill mix is the answer, what is the problem? Skill mix decision shouldn't be regarded as an isolated event. There should be always a process of evaluation to monitor the impact of skill mix. So this figure illustrates the 4 stages model, which is the span of control model. This is, by the way, a business model, but it is very applicable since we are talking about efficiency. So this model starts by evaluating the need for change. It identifies and inserts the need that you need to define your healthcare services and the reason for what problem can be solved by the optimization. Therefore, the first step of this model is to evaluate the need for the change. And then when you are weighing options for a skill mix or deciding that other methods are more appropriate, you as a leader need to explore what constraint at the level of your hospital you have that might impact your capacity to act later. So this step is really about mapping your local opportunities and barriers. And then you need to check what resources are available for you when it comes to the staff resources, technical support, data availability, and these resources need to be then need to cover all the skill mix that is direct and indirect aspect of the skill mix. And then the last step of this model will be implementing the identified approach and making the change happen, which takes us back to the first stage to evaluate the impact of the skill mix. So various aspects or models has been used internationally to implement the skill mix approaches. So we need to enable modeling and analysis of nursing tasks and the workload demand to support decision makers in staffing planning based upon the required skill and the needed expectation. Aside from planning, the use of patient care technician or assistant to allow registered nurses to be deployed in other patient care settings and take more complex tasks has been also used to support the optimization. Like many other hospitals, we at our hospital suffered from shortage of nursing due to many reasons, including vacancies rate, staff working outside the department, unbudgeted units, as well as nurse turnover. So our driver model for the optimization project that we conducted was this quality model. So this model proposed that one could assess whether high quality of care is provided by assessing or examining the structure of the setting in which care is provided, and by measuring the process of care, and then by evaluating the outcome of care. So the most important component in this model is really the outcome, because it obviously focuses on the patient and it reflects the ultimate goal of healthcare providers. However, unless these outcomes are related to modifiable factors, such as staffing in this example, they offer no guidance for quality improvement. So the impact of our project was to assist in the current staffing crisis, because when we optimized the staff, we deployed them in a much needed units. And to improve patient care and safety, since we decreased the nurse-patient ratio again in the deployed units. And definitely there is a cost reduction in both manpower and patient outcome aspects. So based on our figures and the baseline data we had, our goal was to improve the staffing shortage by 5% through optimizing the use of staff nurses in the OBD in 6 months. So as you can see here, we started by reviewing our staffing plan, and we find out that OBD is one of the units with the highest number of staff across nursing units, with consistent demand for nurses. OBD is not like any other units. There is always a consistent demand for clinic opening based on specialties, based on the data we collected also at the level of our hospital. But opening clinic also increase the demand for nurses, which may never stop. So before the implementation of this project, OBD suffered also from the shortage of nursing, which hindered our ability from expanding our services in the OBD. So the real problem there was that they would actually continue to be offshort because of the previous OBD structure or setup in which one clinic always requires one nurse. So by looking into the database, we had a total of 111 budgeted positions, 70 actual number of staff, and 41 vacant positions. So we decided to go for the optimization. Although models of nursing care pattern have been used internationally in different settings, such as labor and delivery and ICUs, literature did not demonstrate a dedicated tool to analyze the required nursing skill in the OBD, which actually have encouraged our team to come up or develop a job analysis tool that is tailored on the OBD setting to make an informed decision about staffing and actually decrease or redistribute the number of nurses while maintaining the quality of care. So the unique structure of the OBD was actually advantage for the team. This is just an example of the developed tool. So this tool was built upon identifying clinic with pure consultation sessions that require no nursing skills against clinic with routine procedures that require a dedicated nurse to assist. Many other factors has been considered, like waiting time for each procedure, nursing assessment for specialized clinic, approximate ideal number of patients that can be catered and assisted by a nurse. Okay, then the criteria or the finding of the tool was used as the criteria for optimization to reduce the number of nurses in the OBD, redistribute them in the much needed unit. And in this case, we deployed the nurses to 2 of our unbudgeted units to assist in the understaffing. Based on the job analysis tool result, we found out that more than 50% of our clinics require actually no nursing skills. And therefore, out of 111 positions, OBD needed only 58 staff. So these are some of the intervention that was undertaken. So we ensured that personnel are available to assist patients in clinic that require no nursing skills. A replacement plan by patient care technician was made. A reskilling program through competency assessment and cross-training for the identified nurses who will be deployed to cover the unbudgeted units. IT mechanism for informing the patient about the appointment and delay to support the structure of the optimization. coordinate with the recruitment to change the optimized OBD position to the inpatient positions, and pilot the implementation in the identified clinic. And then we definitely study the intervention, and we continue to study the intervention to check the efficiency of the skill mix. Then we piloted our implementation. Then we reflected into our model. So we have changes, think in the structures, which is mainly here the staffing and the IT support, which changed the way we deliver the care to the patient. And then we had to monitor the impact of our work. So based on our model that we used, outcomes are classified into two: technical and interpersonal. So technical outcomes are the physical and functional aspect of the care, such as absence of the complication. So our aim here is to assess the impact of the improved staffing in the unbudgeted unit. So the selected measures here was the hospital-acquired pressure injury stage 2 and above, and the fall, that are also sensitive, nurse-sensitive indicators. I will not overwhelm you with the KPIs. I chose one from each. So this is one of our medical units, performance for happy, stage 2 and above. And if you can notice, the unit was underperforming for about 1 year, and we recently noticed an improvement after the implementation. Our second outcome in the model was the interpersonal outcome, which include patient satisfaction of care and the influence of the care on the perception of the patient and the quality of life as perceived by the patient or customers. So what is our focus here? Our focus here is to understand whether removing nurses from OBD would impact the patient satisfaction as well as the provider satisfaction, who are mainly physicians and nurses. So again, we observed no difference in physician and nurses satisfaction in the piloted clinic, where number of nurses were reduced comparing to the non-piloted clinics. Also, overall patient experience in piloted and non-piloted clinic found to be similar. Okay, then we, to ensure the project efficiency, we have considered the balancing measure. So this measure is being reported by the OBD as part of their KPI. It measures the clinic start time. So as you can see here, the average clinic start time per quarter was maintained after the implementation of the project, which indicated that optimization has no effect on this specific indicator. One of the good outcomes of this project is that we managed to decrease the overtime in these two units. These units were units that benefited from the optimization. So the impact of this project was very worthy. We succeed to reduce the understaffing in the inpatient budgeted unit by 58%, which then improved the overall nurse staffing shortage at the hospital by 5% through optimizing the use of staff nurse in the OBD, and led to a minimum save of 500,000 SRs. So in conclusion, the optimization support the current crisis in nursing, enhance patient safety, foster the financial efficiency, but we are also doing more than this. Through optimization, we are promoting the value and respect for nursing profession. Through optimization, we are changing the era of using nurses for any hospital task that is left undone. Through optimization, we are mandating and demonstrating that nurses should practice at the level and the best level of their capabilities. Through optimization, we need to inform everyone that nurses can be researchers, educators, and administrators. So through the optimization, we would like to see this overwhelmed nurse that I started my presentation with to go from the burnout state and the understaffing state to a much better staffing or even optimum staffing. But we all have the responsibility to raise the bar to make nursing profession one of the most respected profession in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma, for sharing with us your valuable experience. May I allow you to stay in the stage with Dr. Abbas. Any from the audience have any question? Yes, Dr. Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Fatima. That was excellent. But my question is, did you face any challenges or staff resistance? And because what I know is people are going the other way around. From the unit, they want to go to OPD. And now from OPD, they are going into the units. How did you get that? How did you do that?
Thank you for your question. Actually, what we did is a transformation. It is a change. And with any change, resistance is expected. So let me tell you that when it comes to the resistance, actually the resistance was more from the medical side. Because the norm in our previous setting is that a nurse will always be in the clinic, not necessarily doing a nursing job, but she will do all the paperwork and so on. So that is where we really suffer at the beginning from the number, of complaint by the physician. But the minute we engage with the medical administration, they did really a good job and collaborating and coming on board with us for this project. For the nurses, we have like 41 vacant positions. So we didn't even need to take nurses from OPD to the ward. So we utilized the vacant position, converted this position into inpatient positions, which we didn't have to go through that options, yes.
Just to add, because for me, in my situation, you'll have the husband, the family, everyone coming. Because she's not used to doing weekend. She's not used to doing night duty. And overnight, she's turned to be doing weekend night duty. That's why I was thinking maybe you might face resistance, but it's amazing that you didn't face that. Thank you.
Any more question? Dr. Abbas, I have a question. You mentioned that sometimes the empowerment, maybe the manager or is feeling that they lost their responsibility or loyalty, and that's why may empower the staff in their subordinate. So, in your opinion, what's the best solution to deal with such manager? Is by sitting with them, and is there some model from your research and article that to deal this issue?
Well, I think maintaining effective communication among the different levels of the administration would help actually to maybe bring empowerment into action. Some of the managers or some of those in the administration level may feel threatened by empowerment, empowering others, giving them some chances, providing them with some information in order to empower them. But I think, in case of this, happen, we may maintain effective communication and try to communicate with this manager, at the administration level in order, to be empowered. And as I've mentioned earlier, there are two different types of empowerment, which is the organizational empowerment, which is more like an external from the resources, the facilities that are available to the employee, and there is an internal empowerment, which is the self-efficacy and the motivation. So I have to be motivated actually, and I have to have a self-efficacy in order to empower myself, and then this goes outside of me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abbas. Any more question? So may I allow Dr. Muhammad to yes. Dr. Abbas, Are you going to do any closing remark today? Huh? No, no, you go.
Thank you so much. We came to the end of the first day. Thank you all for attending historical day for me and for most of you. And I think we're gonna continue, inshallah, the same activity and the same energy. Especially, we will be having tomorrow 2 different occasions. We'll continue the conference for half day, and we will have our second General Assembly meeting from 1 to 5 o'clock. So all the active members of the Saudi Nurses Association are welcome to attend the General Assembly. For those who register even today, they are welcome. And let's see how we gonna translate all the recommendations that the moderators will provide during the 5 sessions that we got today, and the following 2 sessions tomorrow, inshallah. We will announce it in the final reports, including the recommendations of the workshop that will be held tomorrow within the same venue. So thank you very much for every one of you, and see you tomorrow, inshallah.